Hey, 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 you all. It's the red carpet rain where we are supreme. 500 celebration. Appreciate you guys coming out. This is a very good monumental stream. Got here in a short period of time. I appreciate everybody's support. Appreciate everybody coming out. Appreciate all the comments. Being here tonight, everything means a lot. But we got a lot going on tonight. We're going to talk about top 10 wrestlers. We're going to have a few people on the panel. I'm going to introduce you who they are, everything. So we will get to that soon. Now, a few people I am going to bring is, well, it's going to be a few people. Yes, one is going to be Mr. Goodbread. I'll have Zone Aces for TV, and I have another guest. I'm waiting on him. We'll have another guest too. But we're gonna have a couple of those guests shortly. Um, like I said, started this channel back in January, and it's just amazing what work I put in, and it's paying off. Got to 500 this soon. It's just amazing. I want to say thank you guys again. We on the road to 1,000, and again, new slogan. We are no more red carpet rain, but we are not green. I proved that. Seen it in my shorts, you've seen my videos. Now it's we are supreme. Because we all supreme now. That's what it takes. That's what I've done. And I'm continuing to push it forward. So you just gotta do what y'all believe in. If you feel passionate about something, you go ahead and make content about it. You don't stop. Since I started this channel, I've been going 100 miles and running. And I'm maybe gonna try to go 200 miles and running. So I'm just gonna not look back. I'm just gonna keep going and going. Having a salute to all of you guys, having support from you guys. I know if I had that, I would do just fine. I'm not even worried about that. Not at all. So, like I said, as you guys can see, I got some shirts here. Got the Daniel Bryan Yes shirt. Got Black Mamba 24. I got the 8. And I got the Brock Lesnar Eat Sleep Break the Streak. The year he broke the streak at WrestleMania 30, the same WrestleMania that Daniel Bryan won the World WWE World Heavyweight Championship. So I have all that there. Of course, I could not have that without having Kobe in the middle for number 8 before he was Black Mamba. RIP to Kobe. I appreciate all of that. All the sports guys, all the wrestling fans know what those shirts represent. So I do appreciate that. You guys, if you let me know what you think of these shirts. If you like Brock Lesnar, Kobe fan, or Daniel Bryan, that shows how much a fan I am. But sooner or later, I'm also gonna get belts put up there, championship belts right now, shirts, you know, memories of everything. So I'm definitely gonna do that. We're gonna get into soon. I'm gonna have a top 10 wrestlers of my wrestlers that I believe is in my top 10. It's gonna be off 3 categories. It's gonna be off the wrestling style, how they wrestle overall, character, development, heel face, how they work as character. Third is gonna be the overall accomplishments as a wrestler. So I'm gonna go to those 10, and we're gonna take it from there. Like and subscribe as you guys come in. I see, let's get that going. Like and sub, come in, comment later on after the stream's over. I appreciate the comments. Let me know if you guys got any suggestions for any live streams I should do in the future. But I want to go in shortly into the top 10. Now, this 10 right here, this is Bret Hart. and he is one of the best technical wrestlers in history. I'm going to say his wrestling style is amazing. So I put him number 10, but also he wasn't the best on the mic promo until later on in his career, but he did a lot for his career. He came from a Hart family. He has his father was Stu Hart. He ran a wrestling school. Brother of Owen Hart, Davy Boy Smith, aka Rich Bulldog. You know, he was the five-time WWF champion. He was the King of the Ring, and he was a co-Royal Rumble winner in 1993 with Lex Luger. So he did a lot. He left WWE on bad terms in '97 with a famous Montreal screw job. So he did later on go to WCW. He was a two-time WCW champion over there. And he unfortunately got kicked in the head by Goldberg. And in his career, he later on had a stroke back in 2002. I believe he fought prostate cancer later on. He beat prostate cancer, and I think he got sick maybe a few years ago recently, and he was able to recover. So, and he later on did come back to WWE back in 2006 for the Hall of Fame. He was inducted, even though he was still on bad terms with WWE. He made sure, and I believe I heard that he did not want to be around Vince McMahon. He wasn't a part of him at the time, but he was able to mend fence with Vince McMahon, come back in 2010, and also mend fence with Shawn Michaels. Had a WrestleMania match against Vince McMahon at WrestleMania 26. He even won the United States Championship that year from The Miz, and that was it for his career. But he had a great career. I always liked his technical style wrestling. You never heard him injure any wrestlers. You never heard too much about him. He always tried to play safe. I just didn't like the fact that Goldberg, in his career, the way he did with the kick. I know it was an accident. I know Goldberg apologized, but still ended his career, unfortunately. But I like Bret Hart. I just wish he had a match with Kurt Angle. That was his dream match. Technical wrestler versus technical wrestler. But Bret Hart, he's just one of the best. And I know he never was a fancy and glitzy, showboat wrestler. He just got to business, and he just had the sharpshooter. But there's nothing else more to be said about Bret Hart. He did his thing. So that's my number 10. So got Mr. Goodbread show, Mr. Goodbread on here, Mr. Goodbread show. Let's see, mute.
Hey, what's going on, KDH, man?
What's going on, Goodbread?
Same old, man. Congratulations, man.
I appreciate it, brother. I really do, man. You was a big help to this channel, man. Part of the reason why I helped get this channel going, I gotta give you your credit, man. Skillbread was a big part now, helped me get this channel going, man. So I know YouTube is difficult. I know it's a lot of hard work, but if you have the right people around you, you know, give you some advice, you could definitely start your channel and take it from there. Take it to the next level as much as possible.
That's a fact. You want to move the Bret Hart?
Gotcha.
No doubt, KD, man. When you first came to me with the idea, you was like, "Yo, should I do it?" I was like, "Yo, I think you should do it, man."
Yeah, and I'm glad I did because it looks overwhelming. People don't realize it is not easy as people think it is. You have to get your information together. You have to make sure your facts are straight, and you got to make sure do your research on a certain video or individual wrestler or wrestlers. Make sure you don't. For example, you want to make a if you're making a video about Macho Man Randy Savage, you don't want to be looking for information from Hulk Hogan. We'll make sure you have the right person. you know?
Facts, facts, man.
Yeah.
You know what was interesting? How we met with this wrestling stuff, man, was over on the Couch Gang, man, on the Mr. Palmer channel, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, it was last summer. He did the video on Vince McMahon stepping down because of the whole hush money allegation. And besides you, no one, not that many people knew about the wrestling history in the background. And I was the first caller called in, and I said, hey, this is what happened, blah, blah, blah. Get a spill on it. It talked about how all the people was messing around each other in the industry. It wasn't just Vince McMahon, there was other executives and wrestlers, whole bunch of scandals, whole bunch of nonsense.
And man, and I was like, I was actually at a game, at a practice with my little one, and I heard you talking. I'm like, wow, he going depth, he going in depth and shit. And even Palmer was like, oh shit, I ain't know that, shit. So I'm like, yo, let me jump on there and see know what I mean, what I could add to the conversation. And it ended up being one of the dopest wrestling conversations ever. Like,
Yeah, yeah, it was. Like I said before wrestling, I was heavily involved into the NBA. That's why I got Kobe back there. I used to watch the NBA a lot, but I see NBA, they all about politics, whatever. It's all about who's the biggest star, who could get the biggest record, who could break the all-time record, for example, like LeBron did this year. Ain't about the game no more. And once I saw it transition into that, I said, I don't want to watch this like that anymore. The games were fixed, they became predictable. I said, I ain't watching NBA like that. And I used to love watching NBA.
yeah,
Yep. Yeah, I left the NBA alone, man. I left that alone. I wanted to go straight to wrestling because if I'm watching something political and scripted, and I know it's fixed, I'm just watching wrestling.
and I always felt like that, man. No lie, KDH. I always been on wrestling. I've been watching wrestling since I was young. Like my aunt, she used to take me to the wrestling events and stuff to Madison Square Garden, and it started from there. Like
It's
every
dope.
event I went to, every event looked like they had an event like every 3 months in the garden. Like, and it was
Garden was
we always
big.
used to go.
Yeah, Garden
Yeah,
was known for two things. It was either a Nick game or a big wrestling event or a big other event or a concert. There's always something big going down at the Garden.
that's a fact, man. I'm talking. You know what? You know what was one of the most significant pieces about Madison wrestling matches at Madison Square Garden and old school wrestling period. Back in the days, man, the microphone used to drop from the center of the arena straight down. The microphone used to drop, and when as it dropped, you knew it was about to go down. And
Oh,
who was it? Howard Finkel.
our Finkel, yeah,
Yeah, yeah. And he would
one
make
of
the
the
announcement.
best ones of all time.
Facts though, but that was just one of the significant, memorable moments in WWE history. That fucking microphone dropping and dropping down.
That's what's up, man. Yeah, so well, since you're up here, after every wrestler that I speak of from the top 10, I want to see if you want to add your input to each wrestler that I did mention. And number 10 I had on my list was Bret Hart. So I don't know if you want to go ahead and have your
I,
input.
I like Bret Hart, the Hitman. I seen his whole career. I remember the Hitman really a great tag wrestler. You know what I mean? I never really got jiggy with his individual run, even though he was the excellence of execution. You know what I mean? I remember Bret Hart from being in the Hart Foundation, man, and that was a hell of a tag team right there. You know what I mean? That's pretty much. And I do like the Hart. I like the bad guy Bret Hart. I do give him his
Yeah,
credit. He was a good bad guy. He was a good heel. You know what I
I
mean?
didn't
But
have that part. Yeah, when he right before his first in this run WWE, his promos had got better, and he had better matches, better character, everything. That's why I had to add him to my list because people forgot he was a good heel. So he did his thing, and the whole, of course, Montreal Screwjob, everything. He put on a great classic WrestleMania 13 match against Stone Cold Steve Austin, and it was a double turn. He ended up becoming the heel, even though he went as a face.
and then we got to mention it, the fact that he come from a tradition of wrestling tradition. His father Stu, he had the dungeon. You know what I mean? And like a lot of other wrestlers, Canadian wrestlers went through that dungeon, went through that. You know what I mean? So
Chris Benoit was one
Jericho,
of
facts, facts,
Yeah, Chris Benoit was trained by Stu Hart. I believe Jericho was there too, back in the '90s, late '80s, '90s.
definitely.
He trained a lot of great wrestlers. Stu Hart, Owen, all the guys, Jim Anvil, Neehart, British Bulldog, Dynamite Kid, all of them. It's just, and it legacy continues. Natalia's wrestling and she's wrestling WWE now, and that's Anvil Nehart's daughter, and that's his niece. So it just continues. It's one of the most famous families in wrestling history.
Now, KDH, man, I know you are wrestling connoisseur. I hope I said that right. But
Yeah,
I
I
got to
think
put you on the spot. I got to put you on the spot now.
what's up.
Who you think is better, Brett or Owen?
Oh man, that is a good question. I'm gonna I'm gonna have to, as much as I like Brett, I respect his career. I'm gonna have to give it to Owen, man. Owen he had that it factor over Brett. That's my opinion. I like Owen a little bit better than Brett. It just Owen was not the world champion, you know. That's why on my list I put, character, wrestling, and the accomplishments. And Brett has a way over advantage as far as accomplishments over Owen.
Right, right, right.
Yeah, who you got, Brett or Owen?
Uh, I don't know, man. It's just a good question. It's just a great question, but I will pick Owen, just like you said, because Owen was that colorful. He had that colorful. He
Yeah,
had that color. He had that flair. You know what I mean, he was always a fucking jokester, prankster backstage. So, you know what I
right.
mean, he wasn't blah like Brett. Brett was, like you said,
Yeah,
a
Brett
Tim
was
Duncan. He was the Tim Duncan of
yeah,
wrestling, like
exactly. It was
Mr. Fundamental.
yep. I would say Owen and even Brian Pillman. Them guys were always had that special it factor, but unfortunately both their lives got cut short. Brian Pillman was a great wrestler too. I like Brian Pillman, but he was high with blondes. I
That
don't
was a
think he never. Yeah,
great mention. Great mention.
yeah. I gotta mention Brian Pillman. He don't get enough credit. He was in a great tag team with Stone Cold Steve Austin. He never had a chance to get an initial singles run, of course, but him and Arn was similar with that it factor. They just were never world champion.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go to my number 9 that I have listed. My number 9 is Edge, the rated R superstar. Now, Edge, he also started out as a tag team specialist. He was in a tag team with Christian, his storyline brother, then best friend later, whatever you want to call it. They had great tag team matches against the Dudley Boys, Hardy Boys at WrestleMania uh, 2000, WrestleMania 16. They had a great SummerSlam match for the TLC tag team, one of the first teams to do that. Well, the first tag team match to do that. Also, he was an okay face, but he really took it off. He really took off as a heel. It's just Edge. Unfortunately, he kept getting injured. He had neck surgery in 2003. Had to take a year off, and then he kept getting injured because doing these crazy matches. And finally, he won the Money in the Bank at WrestleMania 21. He cashed in John Cena in New Year's Revolution 2006. He's 11-time world champion. He even had the Money Bank contract a second time when he won against Mr. Kennedy on an episode of Raw in 2007. He won SmackDown, cashed the Undertaker. Won the world title. Great feuds, great storyline. His feud with Undertaker is very underrated. I like the story between him and Undertaker. I also like his feud with John Cena. Of course, obviously his first major feud as a world champion. He also recently had a great feud with Randy Orton. They had, the WrestleMania 36. They had the Backlash, 3 years ago now, marked 3 years. Greatest wrestling match ever. He had that match. He had also a rivalry with Chris Jericho. They had a WrestleMania match, which was not bad. They had a great storyline because they were also tag team partners. He he was this the scandal between him and Lita and Matt Hardy. He was already getting heat as a heel, but he got real heat as a heel at that point, and that's what put him over. And Edge, I just gotta say this: I love his theme song. So he got one of the best theme songs. On this day I see clearly. Um, he was the regular Edge, like I said, just the blending. It's like as soon as he transitioned to the world champ, he became a sick, crazy, obsessed guy who wanted to win the world title. As he never got his shot, and that just put him over the top. His promos over the top, his stories over the top. The fuse just he knows how to tell a story. Not only he's a great world champion, he also won the Royal Rumble twice. He won 2 years ago in 21. He won in 2010's first one. He only got another one the Royal Rumble, and never won the world title at WrestleMania or WWE title. Every time he goes to WrestleMania, he never won. And most of the time, when someone do win the Royal Rumble and challenge for world title, even if they win, especially if they win twice, they normally win the belt. He never did that. But he did. I think he's a 12-time tag team champion, Intercontinental champion. He won pretty much every major belt in the company. He's a former King of the Ring winner too. So he just had a great career. It just in 2011, after WrestleMania 27, he retained his world championship against Alberto Del Rio. He had to retire with his neck injury, and he came back in 20, and he's been doing things since then. Now, reportedly, his contract is up, I think this year. So he don't have any more matches left. He won't retire this time on his own terms. So he's not going to be wrestling much longer. I would say by the end of this year or even early next year, he's going to be retired again for a second and final time. But Edge, like I said, I was not a fan of Edge, right after he became a single star after the tag team split, because he was not the character he is now. Now he's a face now, but as a heel, he is on fire. He can't be touched. That's why he's a radio superstar. But he's number 9, and like I said, his character is great. His wrestling, I like his style of wrestling. His accomplishments, I just mentioned, over the top. He's a Hall of Famer too. Just got in the Hall of Fame about 10 years ago. He's one of the youngest Hall of Famers of all time. He got inducted when he was 38, and I think Edge is like 49, going on 50. He'll be 50 this year. So he's a very well accomplished superstar. One thing the problem I had with Edge, and I already said this, I'm gonna say it again. He's not as an entertaining face character as he is a heel. I like the heel Edge. I like the Edge that was, with the leader that slapped John Cena's dad. I like when he was a big Guerrero. I like that Edge more than the face Edge because he's a little boring. His promos are still on point, but it's still a little boring nonetheless. But Edge, he's definitely one of the greatest of all time. He steps game up, and I'm just amazing how he can still wrestle now. His physique, as you can see in his photos, great. You know, Edge was flabby for a while. He was on the juice. Then he got off. And you can see he was flabby before he retired. Then he came back. He's leaner now. He's in better shape, just like he was when he first wrestled. And he's to be at 49 still can go. It's still amazing. So I'm glad that he was able to come back because that really made the fans happy. So Edge is great, man. He definitely got to be in the top 10. Great character, everything. It'll be bittersweet when he retires again, but at least he was able to come back and he'll be able to retire on his own terms. That's what I like about Edge. And two, Edge always finds a way to be the ultimate opportunist. That was his character. Besides the Ray Superstar, he always found a way to be opportunist. I mean, this man is the pillar of Money in the Bank. You know, that Money in the Bank, I don't think we even be Money in the Bank if Edge did win that contract first. You know, before Seth Rollins cashed in WrestleMania, before Dolph Ziggler, before all these other guys, it was this guy first. You know, he revolutionized many things with that contract. He showed people you can cash that contract literally anytime you want, and you will become a world champion. So I will never take that away from Edge. So good bread. You wanna unmute?
Facts, man. You said it all, man. I just want to highlight something you said. This man right here would be Jake the Snake back in the days. He would be Jake the Snake Roberts back in the
Yeah,
days. He is the
I agree.
ultimate opportunist. He's a sleazy slime ball. He's that sleazy slime ball. But like you said, he made a name for himself with that whole leader situation, bro. He took Matt Hardy girl, bro. He
Yeah,
took Matt Hardy
good.
girl live
Mr.
on
Steal Your
television,
Girl. He
yo.
was Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Yo, can you break that story down? You know that story right there?
Yeah, Matt Hardy and Jeff Hardy. I mean, I'm sorry, Matt Hardy, Jeff Hardy, Hardy Boys, tag team, real life brothers. They often tag team against Edge and Christian, who are real life best friends too. During that time, Edge and all those guys became close. Edge and Matt Hardy became close. Thing about it was Matt Hardy got injured and he had to take time off, and his boy Edge would start hanging around Lita a lot. And one thing led to another. They start, messing around, whatever. And Matt found out, and he exposed it way before social media. He exposed it, and he went on Bite This to expose the affair, and WWE fired him for it. Now, since they found out they could make money off this feud, how much heat Lita Edge really got in real life, they rehired him. They started that feud. They had a feud with SummerSlam '05, the loser leaves Raw match where Matt Hardy did lose that match and left Raw, but he did beat Edge at SummerSlam '05. And Lita, not only Edge got red heat, so did Lita. Lita was never a heel like that. She was always known as a face because she was with the Hardy Boys, and she got so much heat up until she retired. They said it got so bad, Lita couldn't even leave her house because they were saying, "You screw Matt, you screw Matt," call her names and everything. So she got legit heat for years.
Facts, yo. That's what made him a great bad guy. Like, and from that point on, he was the ultimate. Like, like you said, he know how to with scraps. He never really had the main push. Like they never really pushed this man. He opened up the door for himself and worked with what he had, worked with scraps. So that's why I admired him and that. You know what I mean? He wasn't really high on my list, but you know what I mean? That I respect of him. And again, he's another one of those tag team guys that I
Exactly.
remember him for being a tag team wrestler. You know what I mean? With Christian, Edge and Christian. You know what I mean? But again, you said a lot. You said everything. You said everything. Edge a dope. He's a dope character.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, if people realize most tag team specialists, it's very hard for them to go off branch on their own to become a single star, let alone a world champion. Very few are able to do it. You got Shawn Michaels from the Rockers, star tag team. Of course, we said mentioned Bret Hart, Hart Foundation, Edge from Edge and Christian, Booker T from Harlem Heat. You got very few stars that can make that transition. And I think it's even harder now. I mean, you see Kofi, yeah, he did become world champion with the New Day, but he never left the New Day. He stayed with the New Day. He's still in the stable with them. Montez Ford, great comparator with the Street Profits, never branched out. He always stuck to the Street Profits. So it's hard making that jump. And I think what a lot of superstars have done, which is great, it's best to be in a tag team specialist after you had your great singles run or after you become world champion. Look at Randy Orton. He didn't do tag team till after he won the world title. You got plenty of guys who did that. Triple H, he did tag team things after he won the world title. And I think it's better that way because you don't want that tag team specialist tied to your name. It's pretty much your stereotype as a tag team. Your typecast as a tag team specialist, not a legit singles competitor who can win the world title.
Facts, man. Facts.
So, yeah, Edge, he's definitely one of the greats. Like I said, had to put him at 9 because he took some time off. So I know some people may not like that, but you guys in the comments, let me know what you think of this list so far. Do you agree or disagree? Do you think these guys deserve to be a top 10 or they are well deserved in the top 10? But the next superstar go to will be my number 8. And number 8 is another Hall of Famer, and he's retired now. His name is the King of Kings, Triple H. Now, everyone knows who this guy is. He's a founding member of D-Generation X. He started Evolution. He's married to Stephanie McMahon. He's a 14-time world champion, former 2-time Royal Rumble winner, just like Edge. He's he also won the King of the Ring back in 1997. He's known for the the famous curtain call. It was him, Shawn Michaels, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash. As they were leaving the company, they broke kayfabe. They hugged their guys as Scott Hall, Kevin Nash were leaving to go to WCW. They weren't supposed to do that. They were supposed to stay in character. As punishment, since those two guys were leaving, they couldn't punish them, obviously. Shawn Michaels was the WWF champion at the time. He wasn't going to be punished. Triple H took the heat for it. He never complained about it. And he put in his work. He started from square one. And he won the Kingdom Ring later on. He became a world champion in 1999 when he won the title on an episode of Raw after SummerSlam in 1999. He defeated Mankind with Shane McMahon as special guest referee. He became one of the best heels. I know Edge is the best heel, but as a kid, Triple H, I could not stand this dude as a heel because he was that good. He was beating up all the good guys, Undertaker, somewhat Stone Cold Rock. This guy's taking them all out. He was using that infamous sledgehammer. He made that weapon famous. So it's just no doubt about it. Yes, he was in the movie Blade Trinity King Rube. Thanks for calling that out. He was that Blade Trinity was not the best, not at all. But he also had great runs with the championship. He was the first ever world heavyweight champion. He was the inaugural champ back in 2002 when it was awarded to him by Eric Bischoff on an episode of Monday Night Raw. Now, during the years of 2002, 2005, he pretty much they called the Reign of Terror, where Triple H hauled the World Heavyweight Championship. He hauled Raw. Didn't let nobody get screen time. According to the fans, no screen time. He held all the spotlight. He let no one else get shine but him in Evolution. You know, he got a lot of heat over the Ruthless Aggression era, but nonetheless, Triple H he did do a lot good for the company. He helped create the WWE Performance Center 10 years ago in 2013. He literally made NXT what it is today, rebranded from scratch because Vince McMahon did a horrible job when it was a reality show. Now he's not a part of NXT as far as running no more because he's head creative today, but Shawn Michaels is, but he helped get it to that point, and I will always respect him for that. He also worked with wrestlers backstage. He gave good, work with Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens, other guys. He's done a lot for the industry. Um, he had some major injuries in his career, but he always came back from them. But nonetheless, Triple H always put in that work as far as the wrestling industry. I mean, he started out in WCW as Terrorizing, and later on, Jean Paul Levesque. His real name is Paul Levesque. Came to WWE. He had the snobby character. Um, he became DX Triple H. He's in the DX still talked about to this day. And now he's the man in charge of creative. He just announced that the new WWE World Heavyweight Championship, I don't know if it's going to be a continued lineage of the old WWE World Heavyweight belt that he held and others held, or will be a new lineage. So he's doing his thing as far as being creative. And I'm pretty sure you guys can agree with me on this. I prefer him over Vince McMahon any day of the week. Even on Triple H's bad day, I prefer him over Vince because Vince is out of touch. Vince McMahon wants to run WWE in 2023 like it's 1993, and that's not how it's supposed to be. His career, this Triple H career is just now, like I said, his character, amazing heel, even a great face. He even had a good face championship run 2008 when he was feud Randy Orton. He was on Raw, got moved SmackDown. Great character. The wrestling is good. He models his style after Harley Race. It's just Triple H. Later on in his career, his matches weren't that good anymore. I felt like he was getting carried a lot in his matches. The last good match he had, in my opinion, was the Hell in a Cell with Undertaker at WrestleMania 28, and even that match he got carried. He had a few with Brock Lesnar the following year. Those matches were subpar; they were average. The match with Daniel Bryan the year after that, in 2014, kind of average. Again, average. I want the best. He still put on a great show. It just wasn't the best. That's what I didn't like about Triple H near the end. Um, he put on the match with Sting in 2015 was good. Seth Rollins was okay, and the one Roman Reigns, in my opinion, was horrible. He wasn't that good anymore, and I think because injuries, everything caught up to him. His knees, he tore both his quads. He had a lot of pectoral injuries. But like I said, Triple H matches were not all that great. One thing about Triple H, he's smart. He was never the best wrestler. He always wrestled the top guy in the company. But he still could wrestle, but he was never on that. He's the premier wrestler. He just knew how to market himself very well. And I respect Triple H for that. He was smart for that. So that's my opinion for Triple H. Like I said, he great career, and even a great career as executive. Like I said, he was great when he was over NXT back at when he started in 2012. He worked with Dusty Rhodes before Dusty Rhodes passed, but he just not the top wrestler. That's why he's not the top in my list. I have to put him at 8. He was always with the top guys. If you put regular guys, matches weren't the best near the end. So that's my spill on Triple H. As far as the character, monster here, great face. His wrestling was good. His accomplishments they're similar to Edge. They're just high up there. A lot of great stuff he done in his career. Now I'm gonna shout out to you guys in the chat. Who's in here? Check y'all out real quick. We got Kangaroo TV salute. Okay, let's talk about it. Salute. Billy Bishop Records. CeeLo Myers. The Bell 5000. Jessica, Tamika. Salute to all you guys. Thank you guys for coming out. Glad you here to share time, with me tonight. Now, that's my opinion on Triple H. I'm gonna bring Goodbread on to give me his opinion on Triple H. Also, another guest is in the building, the one and only Zone 864 TV. I'm gonna add him on. First, we're gonna have Mr. Goodbread tell me his opinion, and then we'll have Zone on as well.
Man, listen, man. This Triple H got a lot. He got a lot to talk about. He definitely is in my top 15. He's in my top 15.
Yes,
Um, I love what he's doing creatively. You know what I mean? I missed a lot of Triple H's like his heyday, like a lot of his heyday when he came back from the injury. I missed a lot of that part of Triple H. So, you know what I mean, I remember the old I remember more Hunter Hearst Helmsley than I do
right.
actual Triple H, and you know what I mean. So I like what he's doing now. So I can't really criticize or you know what I mean Triple H, but I like what he's doing now, man.
Yeah, Triple H will always be the game, man. And people want to hate on him. He always did his thing, man. I know he did some stuff that wasn't good, but nobody's perfect. He gave so much back to the business, man, and that's where respect comes in. And he's still giving back now. We got Zone 864 TV in the building. Right now we're talking about Triple H. If you want to give your opinion on Triple H, what you think of him, his career accomplishments, and anything you want to add, and I will unmute you. What's going on, brother?
This what's going on. KDH, Mr. Goodbread, everybody in the chat.
Zone.
My apologies, brothers, for running on CP time. You know what I mean? I apologize about that. Had to get the
It's
little one
cool.
settled.
It's cool. I
Um,
won't find you this time. No fine. I ain't gonna find you, man.
Yo, KDH cooking, man. He over here cooking, man. I get to be a fan tonight, Zone. So it's
word, man. All I gotta say about Triple H is you smell what the Rock is cooking. That's that's all I gotta say about Triple H. You smell what the
ah.
Rock is cooking. Always smell what the Rock is cooking. You know what it is?
See, that's how good he was as a heel. No one liked this guy as a heel because he destroyed the babyface like The Rock, like I mentioned. That's why he was a great heel. And I don't like him. I didn't like him as a heel either, but I see what he was doing. That was his job for you to hate him. And I like The Rock too, even though he didn't wrestle, he barely wrestled 10 years, but he didn't wrestle long, he went to Hollywood, but I'm gonna get to the next wrestler on my list. Now we did Bret Hart for my number 10. I did Edge number 9.
Wait, hold on. Before we skip over Triple H, man, I got another question for you, man. What
What's
was
that?
Triple H, in your opinion? What was his best match? What was his greatest match?
Um, it's a great match. I think crazy enough, I think one of his best matches was against Cactus Jack at the Royal Rumble 2000 when they did the Hell in a Cell before WrestleMania. That was like,
Ooh, that good one. Good one.
yeah, remember when he was supposed to do the underhook on Triple H, and Triple H burst it, and he flipped Mick Foley, and he fell down to the under the ring, and that was a great match. And then he pedigreed him on the thumbtacks, for the finish. And
Facts.
that's
I
how,
remember that one.
yes, that was his best match because Triple H was busted up in that match. He was done. But he did his thing in that match and told a great story. It was saying, hey, Mick Foley wants to challenge me. If he that was his Mick Foley's retirement match at the time. So and he was going to WrestleMania still champ. So I would say that was his best match in my opinion. Now I gotta ask you, what's your best match, Triple H?
Oh man, Triple H had a lot of them. I like the one when his most recent one with him and Undertaker. That match with him and Undertaker, the streak,
Which
man.
one? They wrestled twice in WrestleMania 2 years ago. We talking about 27 or 28 Hell in a Cell. You talking about the regular 27 match or the no
27. 27.
okay, the no bar match. Okay.
Yeah,
I like that
27.
match, but like I said, later on in his career, Triple H matches were always the best. It's like he was getting carried near the end, if because he would always wrestle the best guy. I like Triple H, and I'm saying this. He got carried by his opponents, and he always put himself with a great opponent, like a Undertaker or Daniel Bryan or Seth Rollins. He put himself against a great guy to not make himself look bad. Like I say, he's cerebral assassin. He's smart, and I respect that about him. But I knew what he was doing. I said, Triple H getting carried these matches, man. These matches ain't up there no more. Because if you look at wrestling against a regular guy, his matches weren't all that great.
Yeah, that's a
You
fact.
know,
Like Triple H come off to me like wrestling's LeBron James, where he like had a handle on his career, like and then but you
yeah,
can't knock him because he positioned
no,
himself to have a handle on his career. But his career is really like favoritism. It's riddled with some favoritism and some it's riddled with some crack.
yeah. He rode with the clique backstage, with Shawn Michaels, Kevin Nash, Sean Waltman, Scott Hall, backstage politics, everybody know the rest of this with who they are. So yeah, he always had that, he always positioned himself with the right people. So that's why I can't knock him. He did what he's supposed to do, but I know deep down he was some of the stuff was politics, he was getting carried.
Now I got a question for Zone. I got a question for Zone. Being a wrestling fan, do you think Triple H positioned himself with Stephanie? Do you think he purposely like engaged with Stephanie to boost his career, or he just really had feelings for her?
Both. I think both. You know what I mean? Like, cause Triple H, the way that I viewed him is like, he's like a rock star. Like he was always doing something to get attention, in my personal opinion. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's just so much stuff. Like, I mean, whether it's taking like new pictures with him and D, like he's trying to get like the most. I don't know if y'all remember that. Like he did like a whole. It was him, China, and Shawn Michaels, and they was trying to make themselves like the new thing, right?
Oh,
And this
That's
was
yes,
a
like
fact.
this
That's
was
a
like
fact.
mid '90s, I think it was.
yeah, you're right.
Because before that he was like a regular dude, like before that. So I started paying attention to like the little stuff and the little catchphrases and even the suck it and all of that. Like I think it's a little bit of both, man. I think he one thing I say about Triple H, even though I don't like him, is I could definitely say that he's a student of the game.
Yep.
Yeah,
I could definitely say that he's a student of the game. And Stephanie back then, she wasn't bad looking. Stephanie McMahon back then, young Stephanie, she was not bad looking. You know what I mean? So it would be hard back then if you Triple H to not pay attention to that. When you next to China every day, you got China, you got Stephanie McMahon.
That's
You know what I
true.
mean? Like you're gonna be looking at Stephanie.
Yeah,
And I
yep,
want to add to it too. That's the boss's daughter. You know what I'm saying? Who's got a lot of great connections to the McMahon family and the whole wrestling industry. Why would you not take a shot at that? You know, why wouldn't you? Not
yeah,
just her name. And even before Stephanie got started, she still looked bad. It wasn't bad. Before all
Right.
the before the enhancements and all that, she still looked good. So
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
she wasn't ugly.
People
She
forget.
yeah, she even need that stuff. She was fine without it. You
Right.
know.
That's a
now,
fact.
now, the one thing people don't give Triple H credit for, or go overlooked, and what I like to point out is how he reincarnated the DX. That second go around of DX kind of was better than the first go around to me. What y'all guys think? Which DX was better?
Well, see, I kind of disagree because the second carnation, WWE was slowly getting out of T14 and transition to the PG. It seemed a little more watered down because if you remember, like Zone mentioned, they was coming to the ring half naked, cooking barbecue. They were showing, they
That's
was
a fact, though. That's a
yeah.
fact, Katie.
They weren't doing that later on. They had to water it down. So I would say no. I like the first incarnation back in 97. They was doing
Yeah.
more stuff.
That
Remember, good bread, they got a letter from USA Network. Told them they cannot say those words, they don't get pulled off the air. That's how crazy they were back then. You know, and they have to slow it down, saying certain stuff on. You have the Raw, or what was it, Raw's War, the War Zone at 9, 10 o'clock. They only can say certain words. They were
mhm.
crazy back then. The ratings were high with DX back in the 90s, skyrocket high. Alone from Stone Cold and Rock, and the Undertaker, not taking up from them. They helped the Attitude Era too, but DX played a big role in the Attitude Era.
Nah, they
Yeah.
did. They was huge role. Like they was conditioning the minds of the kids, man.
They was
Yeah, the DX,
they were the first righteous fear when you think about it.
On the low,
Cause
they
they
was
yeah,
the
cause
Generation X.
they
Yo,
yeah.
were.
Cause they had with that first run, X Pac was with them on that first run, right? X Pac.
After Shawn Michaels retired, yeah, right after
Okay.
Shawn Michaels had to leave. Remember, he
So
had the
that
back injury. Then X-Pac came in the night after WrestleMania in '98. So yeah,
okay. So that was the second. That was basically the second run
he was
when
the
he
start of
came.
the second one. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, cause they had and you had who was it? Was it the road? Was it the Road Dogs?
yeah,
oh,
that's the second
oh,
run. They
yeah,
had
the
the
New Age
New Age
Outlaws.
Outlaws,
Yeah,
the
New
New
Age
Age
Outlaws.
Outlaws.
Yeah, because that second, I think I have more memories of that second run only because that first run, like I was like young, I was like in
Yeah,
probably first grade. That when
and
Shawn Michaels and
dude,
them.
yeah, because
Yeah,
Rick Rude
yeah,
too.
right. Because um KDH, when you say the first run, you're talking about Kevin Nash, Razor Ramon. Like, oh no, that's the click. You would consider that the
That's the
click.
first.
Like, break
The
it down to
first
me,
one,
KDH, because you got
the first
you know the sciences.
Well, the first one I meant was really Rick Rude before he went to WCW. He was there first. He wasn't there
China.
long.
All
It was
right.
him. Yeah, it was him, China, HBK as European champion and the WWE champion, and Triple H. That's the very first run. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
definitely. The second run,
Before
tops them.
Yeah, before HBK retirement, that his first retirement, I mean, that was the first run.
All
You
right,
know what I'm
now,
saying?
so is that the click? Is that the D-Generation X that took the tank to WCW? Because that was wild.
No, second,
That,
the second. That was
all right,
second.
yeah,
That
see,
was
yeah,
the outlaw.
the second is better to me. Just
You
to
got
me, the
yeah, I
second
like
is
the second one. I thought you meant like later on in '06 when he brought it back. I said I didn't like that one.
Oh
You're talking
yeah.
about that one. You know what I'm talking about when Triple
Oh
H
yeah,
when they was
yeah,
older. Yeah, when they was older. When they were feud against Rated RKO. Now if you talking about that one, no, watered down. No, I didn't
yeah.
like
When you talking about the one when they went against the Big Show and shit, and they
Yeah,
And
when they was put the slide with Spirit Squad,
yeah,
it was film.
that didn't
Yeah,
count. That I don't count that.
that's watered down. Now, if you mean that second run after Shawn Michaels retired, yeah, that's the best one. They did a
Yeah.
lot with that run. That run, yeah.
Yeah, that second I couldn't stand the second that second generation, that second run of DX because they were just man, they were just taking over the show. Like they was having it their way. Like their whole you got Triple H. I could not stand X Pac. Couldn't stand him because like he was little, but like he was whooping dudes' asses.
He
Um,
was. That damn
y-
Rumble Buster.
yeah, and then you had Billy Gunn and
Yeah.
the other dude with
Road
the
Dogg.
Road
road,
Dog.
yeah, road the Outlaws, yeah, Road Dog. They, what I mean, they had some swag and they little moves and everything like that. I mean, that was a conglomerate. Like it took when you think about it, it took a long. It seems like it took a long time for something in wrestling at that point in time to kind of like overthrow the shine that they had.
It's true.
Yeah, you
And
got a
that's why I
point
couldn't
there.
stand Triple H because he had that same star power at that time that The Rock kind of had like slightly before though. So
Yeah, he did. He even tried to shut The Rock down. Him and HBK tried to shut down The Rock's run. I didn't
yeah,
like that. That was bogus. And I like Triple H, but that was bogus. Yeah, because they was trying to shut The Rock down. Yeah. And Bret Hart had to stick up for The Rock to make sure they wouldn't do that to him. Now, I agree with you on that. That was bogus. They tried to shut The Rock down.
yeah.
Now, that was number 8 in my list. So we did Bret Hart, number 10, Edge number 9, Triple H number 8. I'm gonna go to number 7 now. And number 7 is the Macho Man Randy Savage. Now,
Oh yeah.
Snap it to a
oh,
Slim Jim.
yeah, man, this dude here, man, he very colorful character. The voice alone, speaks for itself. He is a former one of the best Intercontinental champions, one of the best World Wrestling Federation at the time champions, not WWE. He was the second guy under Hulk Hogan in the Golden Era. I believe they call it the Golden Era age or Golden Age era. He had great matches with Steamboat WrestleMania 3. He had a great feud with Hulk Hogan, great feud with many other wrestlers. And then he left to go to WCW. He was the WCW World Champion there. He's, I believe, a two-time, maybe a 3-time champion there. A two-time WWE champion. He was part of NWO. He was married to, of course, the versatile lady Miss Elizabeth. They made monumental stuff. They was the first, couple. They got married. They was the first. That's the first wedding I've heard of in a WWE ring. Even though in real life they got divorced later. Um, he did a lot of great stuff. His character, I liked him. He was the very few guys I liked as a heel and a face. He pulled it off both ways. He was not bland in any area on heel or face. Promos were good. Um, I think if it wasn't for Hulk Hogan, he would have been a top guy back in the late 80s and 90s. Hulk Hogan, obviously they had the best real life friendship. It was more of a business thing. He even said that in an interview. He said him and Hulk were acquaintances at best. Um, like I said, great overall character. I like his wrestling style. I like the flying elbow drop. A lot of wrestlers modeled that style after him. CM Punk's done it. Other wrestlers done it. The colorful ring attire, everything that's been modeled. But he is a legend, like no other. It's just sad that he was never able to come back to WWE before he passed. They had very bad terms. There was a rumor going out there for many, many years. I heard for the past 5, 6 years that he smashed the young Stephanie McMahon. She was 17, 18, whatever. that's been floating around now. It was confirmed by his ex girlfriend named great some girl named Georgia or George that said that he did, get in with Stephanie McMahon. You know, Rock Macho Man was a dude back in the day. You know, I wouldn't be surprised, but because he never came back to WWE, and maybe it has something to do with the whole Stephanie McMahon thing. Maybe Vince was feeling some type of way about that. Who knows? Neither here nor there for that matter. But he is definitely one of my top 10 wrestlers I like. I like his character so much. Like I said, he was very creative with that character. His shirt's still selling now, and he did get dubbed to Hall of Fame later in 2015 by his brother Laney Poffo. His real name was Poffo, not Savage, Randy Poffo. Unfortunately, his brother just passed away, I think, earlier this year. So he also had a good wrestling background. He wrestled in territories before he came to WWE. It's just like I said, I think his run would have been better if he ended things right with Vince McMahon, and they don't ever give him his credit. Like I say, they pretty much put a stain on his name because he didn't get inducted until that was 4 years after his death in 2011. That he passed away he had a heart attack while he was driving. He was like 58 or something like that, late 50s. But like I said, he's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. Um, I don't have anything bad to say about Macho. I just wish he was respected more. After he passed away in the industry, because he had a great run. Um, Especially when he won the tournament. He won a tournament to become the champion. So, he's one of the memorable characters that'll never be forgotten. I think that's all I have on Macho Man. Gilbert, if you want to go first, what do you think of the Macho Man Randy Savage?
Macho is in my top five. Definitely. Definitely in my top five. Like, only thing Macho couldn't do was commentate. Pretty much like that.
Yeah,
I mean, he was a horrible
I
commentator.
ain't going to mention that. He was a horrible commentator, and I'm glad he left to go WCW to wrestle. I said, dude, your voice is horrible.
That's the only
Hey
thing.
man, don't y'all talk about my Macho Man like that, man.
No. But no,
Hey,
he
I
There's some
was
love him.
guys there.
I'll tell you, Macho Man was like yeah, I spent my whole childhood thinking this man was black, bro. Don't laugh at me, yo. Don't laugh at me.
I mean, he had the swag of a
Yeah,
brother for
That's
sure.
right.
yeah. What about
Yeah.
you, Son? What's your take on Macho Man?
Man, when Macho Man was doing his thing, again, it was one of those things where I was like just a little kid just watching him. You know what I mean? Not really too much into like his wrestling technique, but more so into his persona, his character. That's what gravitated me towards him. The Slim Jim commercials definitely,
Oh yeah,
that was I remember being in elementary school and everybody was saying, trying to say the commercials in his voice. Um, I really became a fan. What this is gonna sound weird, but what really made me a fan of Macho Man and made him one of my favorite wrestlers was I had Sega Genesis back in the day, and I that was one of the main characters like that I used to pick on there. So being able to play with him on that, I forgot what the name of
I
it
think I
was
know what game
WWF
you're
something.
talking about. Yeah, I know what game you're talking about. I remember
Yeah,
that. Yeah,
yeah. And like you said, that elbow drop was tremendous. You know what I mean?
yes,
That was, to me, the elbow drop was 10 times better than the Hulk Hogan leg drop. 10 times.
Facts.
Like the
Facts.
velocity of it, like psh, crazy.
Now
yeah,
that's a fact zone. That the way he soared with it to this day, Jay Lethal steals the whole. He steals his entrance. He steals his entrance
yeah,
and he steals his whole move.
Jay Lethal.
yeah. They lead to AEW. Yeah, he in AEW right now. Yep.
Yeah,
But
man. That
an, another thing with Macho, man, he was the first wrestler that I seen back in the days that came to the ring with a female. Everybody want to come to the ring with a goofy. He came to the ring with a female. So I
that's a
Yeah,
respected
fact.
that. I found that so intriguing. That's why I kind of loved him. He's in my
yeah,
top five, man. He had a
yeah.
female with him.
Yeah, the first
Every
valet, that's Elizabeth. Yep. That's
every time I think of Macho Man doing the elbow drop, this is also gonna sound weird. I think of I think of that 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 dunk that Jordan did, that the one that they put on the shoe. Like for some reason, like when I think of that, I think of that makes me think of Jordan every time I would see him do that elbow drop, because it's like they were just soaring in the air, man. It's crazy, man.
Yo, that's funny that you mentioned that. That you mentioned that comparison because I relate that Jordan joint to the Superfly Jimmy Snuka leap off the steel cage at Madison Square Garden. That's
Mm,
crazy that you say that you relate that same Jordan sign to the Macho because I relate it to wrestling too. It's crazy.
that's
well,
dope.
he was so iconic. I mean, Marshall was so iconic, man. I mean, the elbow, the entrance, the like you said, Miss Elizabeth, everything. And like I said, he don't get no credit because the way he left on bad terms. It took him years to induct to a Hall of Fame. He should have been got inducted, but while he was alive. But I know after he left WCW, he did a little short run TNA, and he was pretty much way past his prime. That didn't last long. He wrestled Japan for a little bit, I believe, and that was it. He didn't really wrestle no more. He tried to make a run TNA, but TNA first came out, and it just wasn't working. Um, I even heard when he did an interview, he was trying to do a rap album. I was like, come on,
Yeah, he did a
Macho.
rap album. He dissed
Yeah,
Hogan. He got a
That would
Hogan diss song that's vicious.
that
yeah,
I gotta look that up. He did a rap album.
yeah, because they,
Yeah, and he got
yeah,
a
he
Hogan.
called out Hulk
His
Hogan.
lead single is a diss song to Hogan, bro. Killed
Yeah,
it.
Man, yo, I'm trying to figure out how his voice would sound. Yo, I'm Macho Man, Randy Savage. Hogan, I'm gonna come get you, brother. Elbow drop off the top. Like, like I'm trying to figure out like how that.
I think the
I'm
same
gonna
thing.
get you, sucker.
So it's safe to say his greatest matches with Steamboat, though, right?
Yeah,
Everybody's
he
probably gonna
was
say
definitely.
that was
Yeah,
one of the greatest matches I ever seen. I ain't even gonna hold you, and y'all go check that out. It's on your channel, right?
that's right. WrestleMania 3. Check that out. Everything's in the description to watch the link to that. It's great, great WrestleMania. That is an iconic WrestleMania match to this day. People don't stop talking about him and Steamboat. So, okay, well, Randy Savage was my number, what, 7? I got my number 6 coming up. He is still wrestling at this time. He is also one of the GOATs, Mr. Chris Jericho. Y2J, the Mr. Ocho, all the names he called.
Ayatollah Rockarola.
Yes, Ayatollah, all of that. Um, this man here, I was not a fan of Chris Jericho, and this is the first in this world of WWE when he came to Y2J crap. So I was a little boring at first. He was real annoying, little short dude from WCW. I did not like this dude until years later when he came back. Now he did win Undisputed Belt in 2001 against a four-way match against Stone Cold, The Rock, the tournament of those two, and Kurt Angle. He beat Stone Cold and The Rock in the same night to become the first ever undisputed champion. He beat The Rock first for the WCW title, later on Stone Cold for the WWE title. He won the undisputed belt. He cheated. He did win an undisputed belt. He did not have a good run with that belt because Vince McMahon did not believe in him. They treated him like he was a nobody. He got overshadowed. And this was during the time when Triple H was injured when he tore his quad in late 2000, mid 2001. He came back. He won the Royal Rumble, challenged Jericho for the belt at WrestleMania 18 in Toronto, Canada. That match was very average. He beat Jericho. You know, he lost the belt. He had to rebound. He didn't win the belt again until after he came back in '07. He won the belt in '08. He was a heel. He cut his hair. He stopped doing this Y2J, save me garbage. He became a heel, a great heel. When he wore a suit, he talked slow. That's Jericho I started to like. He debuted the Code Breaker, stopped doing that Wall Jericho so much. He became a three-time World Heavyweight Champion, you know, in addition to what he won in the, before. Great feud, one of the best matches in history to this date in the modern era in the past 15 years, we'll say, was him, Chris Jericho versus Shawn Michaels at No Mercy 2008 for the World Heavyweight Championship in a ladder match, which Jericho defeated Shawn Michaels to retain his championship. Great feud between him and HBK. I don't know what's about them two. They have great chemistry. I remember that feud was so hot that it was pretty much the forefront of Monday Night Raw. It got so much buzz. He even storyline accidentally attacked HBK's wife. You know, he attacked HBK so bad, made him bleed. It was a great match, great feud. You know, then later on, he he years later he started doing that the list thing on Monday Night Raw, had a feud with Kevin Owens. You know, after Kevin Owens turned on him, it was supposed to have a feud for the Universal Championship at WrestleMania 33, but it got overshadowed by Brock Lesnar and Goldberg. So it ended up being a United States Championship online. And I like Jericho. What makes him one of the best, he always reinvents his character. He never stays stagnant. He was the born Y2J at first. Then he came back to save me, became the crazy heel. And then he, you know, did the list thing. And then he left WWE. He went to New Japan Pro Wrestling to wrestle Kenny Omega for the IGWP Intercontinental Championship, United Kingdom. They had a great match. For what I've heard, I didn't see that match, but I do know about it. Then he went to All Elite Wrestling, where he's at currently. He was the first inaugural AEW World Champion. He has a stable called the Inner Circle. Now he got the JAS, Jericho Appreciation Society. He was even the Ring of Honor champion recently. So he's really an eight-time world champion. He calls himself Ocho. That's why he calls himself the Ocho, because he's an eight-time world champion now. He's currently feuding with Adam Cole, who just came to AEW last year. He just creative. He reinvents himself over and over. And one thing about Chris Jericho, I always admire. This man wrestled all these years and never had a major injury. Not one time he took time off injury. Now he did take time off to do rock and roll and to clear his head and do game shows and dance with stars, whatever. We never took time off due to injury. He's 52 now. I think he'll be 53 later this year. He's been wrestling since 1990, and we'll be in 23 for 23 years, man, wrestling. He's wrestled with New Japan. He's wrestled WCW, WWE. He's wrestled all over the world, and he's still going at his age. Everybody in his generation is gone. They're retired or dead even. He's still here, and he's wrestling at a very good elite level. If he ain't wrestling elite level, he's, you know, being a part of a good storyline, and he's leading other guys because he has a stable. And sometimes he does commentary on side, I know, for Rampage on Fridays. So he just he I gotta give him his props. This man's still going. Like I said, I wasn't a fan of Jericho at first. I didn't like him. I thought he was whack. So I remember him from WCW, and I was like, what he doing over here in WWE? I said when I first saw him, but he's worked his way. He put in the work. He had great feuds, not just with HBK, but with Edge. Christian, he had a great feud with years ago. He's feuded with great people. So he always had that, you know, he always did what it took to make sure he had a great character. He always had a great character development. He's even so good that I would say The Miz modeled his style after Chris Jericho. That's why I kind of don't like Miz as much because he copied off Jericho. Now Miz got a little bit better in the ring, but he still reminds me of Jericho when I see him. Even now, it's the Jericho in him. Chris Jericho pretty much inspired the Miz, so because that's how great this guy is now. But like I said, Chris Jericho is definitely one of the best. I don't know how much longer this man plan on wrestling, but he's still going. I hope he does stop before he does end up getting an injury. But he's a smart wrestler, just like he's a smart wrestler. Now he never was a politic guy or the biggest guys you could see, the big strong guy or the most popular, but he always was around. He was always in the mix somewhere. Chris Jericho one man would be in a regular feud, then 3, 4 months later or a year later, this man won the world title. And I'm like, dang, Jericho, oh yeah, he was there. He just was never always the big star, but he was always there. He was in WWE for goodness gracious for 20 some years before he left. But I like Jericho. I like, break the walls down. I like the code breaker. I still like it now. But he is definitely a legend. On his way to be on Hall of Fame. I heard he got in with Kelly years ago. I know he's a married man, so Kelly's a hot lady. So, but other than that, Chris Jericho, you don't hear too much about him. And the AEW World Title got stolen from him when he first became champion. But other than that, I haven't heard nothing about him outside of the ring. But that's it. Good Red, if you want to give your spill on Y2J, out of Total Rock and Roller, Chris Jericho.
No doubt, man. All I gotta say is for my Jerichoics, what have I become? Now that I've betrayed everyone I ever loved and pushed them all away. And I've been a slave to the Judas in my mind. Is there something left for me to save in the wreckage of my life? My life, let it go in away, let it go and it go in away. Judas in, Judas in my mind. You already know that boy Jericho #1 on my list.
Word, word, word. Yeah, that was a beautiful concert, Mister Goodbread. Beautiful concert.
Yo, but he be having
we
the stadium rocking, bro. That boy, yo, Seth Rollins owe that boy some money. With the Seth Rollins intro, Seth Rollins know where he got that from. Where he got the whole concept of getting the sing along entrance. He know where he got that from. But Jericho the man, bro. Jericho is the man. Never been injured. Beat Stone Cold and Trip and The Rock on the same night, bro. You can't take that away from him.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I kind of gotta agree with Mister Goodbread. You know, if I wasn't a rock guy, you know, Jericho probably would be up there for me. Um, but I got to give it to Chris Jericho. I mean, he like you said, KDH, he was never really too big in the politics of the wrestling and trying to get a chairman position or, you know, stuff like that. Jericho is just his. I think his superpower and why he's been around so long. At 52, like you said, a lot of his colleagues are done. Um, a lot of them are dead. Uh, is that he plays his role well and he accepts his positions that he's given and he does it well. You know, like and obviously he takes care of his body really well.
That's a
So yeah,
That's a fact though, Zone. Remember, Jericho he's the first person you've seen on Nitro. Go back to Nitro. He's the first match. Either he's fighting Guvatu Guerrero, Rey Mysterio, Dean Malenko. He is the first match and he's the workhorse. He popped off on Monday Nitro.
I hated Dean Malenko. Sorry about that.
Dean Malenko was the man of 1,000 hoes. He was the man of 1,000 hoes. Dean was a cool.
That's why I hated him because he was a technician. Like he wasn't your average conventional wrestler. He was always trying to choke your ass out, make you tap out. Like he
MMA
was,
before MMA.
yeah. He he's one of the only wrestlers that I remember that didn't have any gimmicks. Like every time he came to the ring, it was always when he come to the ring, I used to be like, "Oh, this is gonna be boring," because he's gonna try to make somebody tap out, and you know what I
Yep.
mean. But
I get what you're saying. Yep.
yeah, but hindsight, 2020, he was, when you look at it and when you think about it and you go back and you watch his stuff now, beautiful techniques, beautiful.
Facts. And ain't it crazy how all of those guys that I just mentioned, that was the workhorse for Nitro and WCW, they came over to WWF, I mean WWE as the Radicals.
Yeah. Yeah, it was four of them. It was what Benoit, Benoit, Malenko, Perry Saturn. Who's the other guy I'm missing? So that's four guys. Guerrero, Benoit, uh, Perry Saturn, Malenko. It's crazy. All them guys is two of those guys are gone now. It's only two left.
Facts.
Yeah, Chris Jericho definitely. Ocho, Mr. Ocho, definitely killing it. Um, like I said, he wanted to. I didn't like him at first. His little pump from WCW. I got tired of him. Yeah, but he definitely put in the work to get where he at today. So I can't take that away from him. Not one bit. Um, and he's like Zone said, he's fair. He doesn't ask for too much. He doesn't I'm gonna walk out, pull that Hulk Hogan garbage. I threaten to leave. If you don't give me some money, all Hogan Warrior, all them guys did that crap. So he knew his thing. And he waited for his time to come. But
Yo, King Grove, man. King Grove. Yo, we just be happy, bro. We just be happy, bro. We just be happy and singing, bro. But
yeah,
no, you wrong though. New York dudes always dancing. See, I ain't fitting to dance though. I sing before I dance, bro.
Nights
uh,
like this, I
King
wish.
Group crazy. King Group always brings the comic relief to the chat, no matter where he at. He's the comic
That's
relief.
facts, yo. King Grove,
Shout
MVP,
out King
bro.
Group,
MVP
man.
for president, bro.
Shout out to you, bro. Yeah,
Yo, and
man.
I know, no, MVP will always be the MVP. MVP is always working, yo. He's like, check your inbox. I got an article. MVP, the guy, yo, the
Yeah,
inbox is over flooded. It's over
man,
flooded.
5,000.
Yeah,
Five
man.
thousand sent me something. 5,000 just told me he sent me something, and I gotta check my IG. But yeah, he always gonna be in the chat, definitely. Um,
Beezy be like, check your DM, man. Absolutely, man.
Yep, yep, yep. He's like, absolutely, man. Like, you know what? Go ahead, go ahead, do what you gonna do. Do what you gonna do. I'm gonna get it right, and I'll hit you back later, man.
Hey, good
okay,
bread, check your messenger, man. That's what he be saying.
I just sent you something, man. Right now, man.
God damn, God damn. You gonna listen? You gonna
Like,
listen?
I'm starting to think this nigga, I'm starting to think the bell is the internet. Fuck, I'm starting to think he is the internet.
He
I
Like,
is
told
the internet. He is the. I swear to you, not. He is the internet, bro.
I
God
told
damn.
5,000. I have told this man. I said, hey man. I asked him one day. I said, hey man, are you with TMZ or some shit, man? Are you with? Always having all these news before it breaks the internet. I said, who are you with, man? He said, no, man. I said, you gotta be with somebody with Hollywood or something, man. I don't know who you work for. You want to cover something, bro. You ain't telling us something. And he
Facts,
started.
yo.
man.
It'd be 10 channels running 10 different stories, and they all different stories given to them by the bell. By
Yeah,
5,000, be crazy.
all stories,
The bell is his
man.
own algorithm. The bell is the algorithm.
The, the Bell be knowing stuff happened in our city before we even know happened in our city, and we live in our cities. I'm like, how did you
Man.
know this? And I don't even know this yet. That's crazy.
Forget AI. We got DI, the bell intelligence. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Knows
Beezy
everything,
intelligence.
and he knows everything, man. But yeah, that was my. I think he was 10, 8, 7, 6. 6 was Jericho. I'm gonna go down to the 5. and I'm getting to my list. The next guy on my list, he is an old school guy. He's also a legend, very much respected, Mr. Harley Race. Now, this was before my time, obviously, before most of you guys' time too. But I liked him because he cut great promos. He kicked off a lot of stuff in the wrestling industry that was modeled. Um, the knee drops, the leg drops, the suplexes. He's the first guy to do the suplex in the air and do it to you had no blood flowing in your brain, hold you up and put you down. He was the first major guy to do that. And I could tell too, if you look at Triple H's knee, the knee he does, he modeled after Harley Race. Harley Race was Triple H before Triple H, but he wrestled for many promotions. He was not originally in WWE. He was in the NWA, National Wrestling Alliance, the AWA, American Wrestling Association. He's an 8-time world champion. He won the NWA World Championship 7 times. He was the first ever NWA United States Heavyweight Championship, but today it is the WWE United States Championship. He was the inaugural holder of that belt. He's one of the greatest world champions of his generation, one of the greatest United States champions. He's very, very disciplined. I heard he didn't go for a lot of BS backstage. He always stayed on his square. He's one of the 6 men in history to be inducted in not only the WWE Hall of Fame, the NWA Hall of Fame, WCW Hall of Fame, Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame, and Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame. Now, I watched some of his matches. I know one of his big match was against Ric Flair Starrcade '83, for what Goodbread had told me. But he also, he was the first guy. Also, if y'all remember, Triple H was Evolution. He did a promo on Goldberg saying, "I'm gonna put a bounty on Goldberg after Goldberg beat him for the title, saying anybody that attacks Goldberg, I'm gonna offer him 100 grand." Harley Race started that promo first, the bounty promo. He took that from Harley Race. So the fact Triple H, who was also already on my list, and he got that from Harley Race, I got for Harley Race a little bit way above Triple H. And he did a great in his industry. He passed away, I think, back in 19. He had lung cancer, but he was one of the best, man. I mean, he wrestled in all these promotions. And I know WWE because he came from another promotion, not originally WWE born bred. They did not treat him well like he should have been. And they kind of wore him down. But he had great feuds with, like I said, not just Ric Flair, but Dusty Rhodes. They had great matches. He had great feud with Ric Flair and other guys. He was even a manager later on in his career um, on WCW, WWE. I know he's at one of those WrestleManias me and Good Bread did. He was King Harley Race or something like that. But I had to put an old school guy in here. He was the guy, and he just, like I said, overall great performer, great storytelling in the ring. I hate the way that they made Randy Orton spit in his face later on. I'm like, this is Harley Race, man. This dude did a lot for the industry, man. And I didn't grow up watching him, obviously, but I did hear so much about him. Because everyone talks about Ric Flair and Dusty Rhodes, and they talk a little bit about, Billy. They talk about Buddy Rogers a little bit, but they don't talk about Harley Race enough. And Harley Race is a legend in himself. Um, like I said, he did a lot for this industry. A lot of stuff probably wouldn't be where it's at if he played a role in it, because he did not go for all stupid stuff in the industry. So I got to give that man his due. He's always pretty much did what he could to make sure that he made the moves and the character believable. That's why I saw Harley Race, whether it was suplex or under arm hook. He even did a modification of the pedigree, I believe. I think Triple H even mentioned that in one of his documentaries. But he's definitely one of the best of all time. And there's no other words we said. The man's already been six Hall of Fame, so many Hall of Fames already. You can't even doubt him no more. 'Cause he already in all Hall of Fames. So that's my take on Mr. Harley Race. Good, Bray, if you want to take it from here, what you got to say about Harley Race?
Yo, before we get into Harley Race, I want to let everybody know that if you call yourself a wrestling fan, or if you watch wrestling, or if you want to just stay in the know on wrestling, you need to be watching this channel. You need to subscribe, you need to like, you need to share, you need to spread the word, because this is one thing that I know for a fact. You saw the way he gave y'all his stats on this man, Harley Race. This boy was a baby when Harley Race was doing his thing. He was a baby, and he gave y'all Harley Race to the T, y'all. Harley Race was wrestling. I can't even put the label WWE because he's not a WWE guy, guys. This guy had his own company. You know what I mean? Back when wrestling had territories. You know what I mean? So this guy is really like he's wrestling's tough guy. He used to book the show, wrestle in the show, and be the security of the show. Like he had like three different hats on, you know what I mean? So he was one of the pioneers. He was one of the greats. And like KDH did highlight, when you not Vince McMahon grown, when you're not homegrown WWE, WWF, then they're not going to treat you with the proper respect that they should treat you with. But even still, trust and believe, they didn't do him like anybody else. Everything Harley Race got done to him, he accepted because he was a booker too. So that means he was with creative. You know what I mean? For a while, he spent some time on Vince's creative team. You know what I mean? So the whole Randy spitting in his face, that was unique because that was Harley's gig. That was his stitch. He used to spit in people's face. He used to be the tobacco dude. He used to chew the tobacco and spit too. Like it was a Stan Hansen. Like they had a few back in the day. See, so the 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 history is just deep. But KDA summed it up, man. Harley Race is on my list. He's definitely in the top 10. Cause you know what I mean? He should have been the WWF champion. He should have been a champion.
Absolutely.
But a lot of people should have been a champion. But a Hulk Hogan is Hulk Hogan. You could say the same thing for Jordan. Like the Knicks should have had a couple of rings, but Jordan is Jordan.
Yeah. I'm gonna come out the gate right now and say, as the
Can't hear you,
baby on the
Zone.
panel, that oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna come out the gate and say, as the baby on the panel, yeah, this is my first time hearing about this dude. So you definitely taught me something. I'm gonna definitely take my time and see if I can find any documentaries on him and stuff like that on YouTube, because he sounds like a one of the pioneers that paved the way. So yeah, that's crazy. Like you said, he definitely before my time. So learning something new today.
Yeah, it was before my time too. Like I
Yeah,
said, yeah, it was before my time as well. I mean, Triple H modeled himself after this guy. And I said, oh, that's where it came from. It came from Harley Race.
yeah.
And yeah,
Not only Triple H, guys, Daniel Bryan. Where you think Daniel Bryan get his finisher, his headbutt from? And
yeah,
actually they
that's
kind of
true.
outlawed that move because they see that it's like concussion. It's concussion. That's why Harley is messed up right now, guys, because of that headbutt. But yeah, Harley, and you're right. We guys, stick around. We got to go over that match. We got to highlight that match. Him and Ric
Yeah,
Flair had a steel cage match. Like he knew he was such a good booker. He knew when he needed to lose. This is why he didn't get along with Hulk Hogan. Like he didn't really get along with Hulk Hogan because he was what was best for the business, and he was a real tough guy. Like now is the time to have that conversation of wrestling. Is it real or is it fake? You tell that stuff to him and see when he choked the mess out you. Like Harley Race was that tough. Like he was tough. Like like he was so tough. Like he's from the era where it wasn't no security like how it is now. So when you go into these cities, right, you go into these states and you put on a wrestling show as a heel, right, the fans will run in the ring. They will throw their beverage. You know what I mean? And it wasn't like how it is now. You know what I mean? So Harley Race was one of those dudes that will knock 19 dudes out to get everybody to the bus so that they can get out of that city. Like he was that hands on in the industry. Like he's known and everybody knew it. Like his name rang bells. Like
Yeah. Because I heard Ric Flair, he had cut promos saying Harley Race, Harley Race. That's when I first started hearing his name. I said, who is Harley Race? And then George did a documentary talking about how he mauled himself, and like you said, he read the headbutt, and then he did the suplex and the underhook. I said, man, Harley Race was one of them. He was that dude, and it was way before my time. And Harley Race was he just was not a WWE guy. He was an NWA guy. He was National Wrestling Alliance dude, which was also with Ric Flair and the other dudes. He just was not that dude, but he had a great he had a great career. He's not get the respect. I really wish he would have won the WWE Championship. You know, it would have helped solidify his career. But you got to be a WWE, you got to win it, or you got to, play politics with Vince McMahon at the time. So he wasn't doing that. And I heard he was an no nonsense guy backstage. Like Gilbert said, he will take you out if needed. You know, and him and not only he was a good booker, Dusty Rose was a booker too. But I think Harley Race was a little bit better booker than Dusty. From
that's a
what
fact. And they don't give him
better than
credit.
Dusty.
They don't give him credit.
Yeah.
And then you
So
had Kevin Sullivan too, who they don't give credit, but he wasn't all that because he was more gimmicky. He was too gimmicky. Kevin Sullivan didn't get out the gimmicky and the whack characters like
yeah, he was
the
silly.
monster characters. He was monsterish.
He was a very silly dude. Yeah, Kevin Sullivan was always goofy. And for those who don't know who Kevin Sullivan is, he is the guy who was a booker in WCW back in the day. His wife was Nancy Sullivan, and he did a storyline with Mr. Rabbit Wolverine, aka Chris Benoit. They did a storyline together with Nancy Sullivan where they got a romantic storyline. It turns out it became reality, and she left Kevin Sullivan to be with Chris Benoit. And the rest is history. You know what happened to Chris Benoit and Nancy Benoit. The rest is history. You guys can look that up on Google, whatever you want to look it up on. But that's how he got with Nancy Benoit. She was Nancy Sullivan from Kevin Sullivan back at WCW because Nancy Sullivan was,
Facts.
yes,
Boy,
she
how do
was.
you know this shit, man?
Dude, I
KJ,
do
how do you
all
know
this
this
research.
shit, man? You
I
boy,
research all this, man. Man, I literally be doing this wrestling. I'll be literally looking up this wrestling stuff all day, all night, man. All day, all night. If it ain't what it used to be NBA, I look up. Now it's the wrestling stuff I look up.
Boy,
It's
you
hard.
on point though. That's a fact though. I was like 5 when this was happening. Like, I watched this like on. I saw because the lady name was Lady. Her name was
Yeah,
Lady. She had a
lady.
couple
That's
of
lady.
names.
It
Yeah,
was lady.
yeah.
Yeah,
She had a couple of names, and not for nothing, she was before Miss Elizabeth. So
yeah,
WWF got their little valet, having a woman valet for her. That was her name too. Her name was Woman. Woman was one of her names too.
woman and lady, and
Yep.
also another valet too. Good bread was Jeannie Clark. She was Stone Cold Steve Austin's ex-wife at WCW. She was also a valet. That was a little bit after that. I think that was Stone Cold's first ex-wife. And,
Mm.
she was with another guy too. Then she got with Stone Cold later. That was
Yo,
her
Dang,
first wife.
that's crazy.
yo,
Yep.
Toxic Ring Scandals is gonna blow, bro, because the wrestling business is sounding more scandalous than anything, man.
Way scandalous.
Stone Cold is married to isn't he married to a wrestler now? Say
No, he married to a regular woman named Kristen something, Kristen Austin. Just a regular woman. But he was married to Deborah, if you mean, if you talking back in the day, but they got divorced
okay, yeah,
after
that's who I'm thinking about.
DV. Yeah, they had the DV. Miss Deborah had the puppies with Jeff Jarrett and all that. He married her.
Yeah.
I like those days, but they didn't work out. They had a DV, and that pretty much his career went down after that. That's right before he retired, retired whatever. But he got remarried since then, and He good now. He's still married to her. But I
Yeah.
know his first ex-wife wasn't found like WCW. But you right on point, good Brad. Nancy Sullivan, well, Nancy Benoit was a valet in WCW in the beginning days, and she ended up giving Chris Benoit. You know what I'm saying? And I know how that story ends with those. But like I said, Harley Race definitely one of the top five. I could not ignore this guy. I know about Dusty. I know about Ric Flair. I know about the Buddy Rocks. I know about Pedro Morales. I know about all those guys. But Harley Race, I had to put him on there because he did so much for the industry.
That's a fact,
So
though. It will be no Ric Flair or Triple H or a
no,
couple or think about it. Think about it. Randy Orton's dad learned so
Bob.
much from him, from Harley.
Yes,
He
yes,
ran with Randy Orton's dad.
yeah, yeah. He's a legend, man. Harley Race did a lot. People model stuff after him. It's just he didn't get the credit. It's Ric Flair, all of it. So like I said, I understand there were others, but he was the one that should have got the credit at that time because he was putting those 5-star matches as well as the 5-star character. And even late in his career, he still could cut promos. I said, man, this don't get no credit because he was an WWF guy. But he was my five. I'm gonna go to my number four. He still
Hold,
wrestling.
hold on. Let me bring it home to y'all, right? If the Righteous Fear was a wrestling federation, right? Harley Race would be King Grove or DeBell. Like they'd be that muscle. Like when we take this show on the road, as we go from city to city, they be that muscle. Like where they can be the wrestler, they could book the show, or they could be the security. They could get us in, make sure ain't nobody touching us or nothing. And then that was Harley Race. That's how
Yeah,
detrimental he was to the industry.
yeah, I heard he was a boss. I heard Harley Race was a boss. He wasn't no chump. He wasn't just run his mouth. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, good bread, didn't Harley Race mentor young Sting as well back in the day? I think he helped out with Sting a little bit.
Yeah, he protected Sting. He
Yeah,
protected Sting because they used to locker room bully. They used to bully Sting in the locker room because Sting was ultimately depicted to be the next Hulk Hogan. They wanted to make a new Hulk Hogan, right? Because Ric
yeah,
Flair, they always felt Ric Flair was going to get bigger than his bridges, too big for his bridges. You know what I mean? Because Ric Flair was a Harley guy too. Ric Flair was a
yeah,
Harley guy too. But Harley also had to sit Ric Flair down and explain to him how he should give that belt to Sting now. It was Sting's turn. And he had to tell him, like, look, I gave you the title, you know what I mean? Because Dusty didn't want to lose to Flair, bro. Harley made Dusty lose the Flair. And then he didn't even make Dusty lose the Flair. What happened was he beat Dusty and then he let Flair beat him. Then that's why that steel cage match is so detrimental, bro.
great story, great story, great story. That's what I'm saying, man. Harley Race did a lot. For those who don't know, look like Zone said, look up Harley Race, man. This dude was a great United States champion as well as a world champion. This dude, anything he touched turned to gold. So he's a great one of the old school guys. We talk about the Hogans. We talk about Stone Cold Rock, Triple H. We talk about Jericho's. We got to take it back further. That's why I looked into Harley Race because I knew there were guys that before them did some great things in the industry. Harley Race is one of them. He had to get highlighted for that.
Oh yeah. And one thing else too. He also that was if you look up Harley Race, you're gonna end up going down a rabbit hole. He helped Junkyard Dog, who is a black
Yeah, I
guy.
didn't know
So
that. Okay.
Harley Race wasn't one of them racist white dudes in the wrestling business, like because we all know that the wrestling business it could get funny. It could get funny.
Yeah. Matter of fact, just you point that out. Teddy Long did an interview years ago. He talked about how Ric Flair so-called called him the N-word. If you guys want to look that up, and I may even posted on my Toxic Rings channel that Ric Flair wasn't no pleasant guy towards him because of his race. So yes, there are guys that are not that pleasant, like Brett
But
said.
but in defense of Ric Flair is just a goofy who hangs around a lot of those hood black guys like the Migos,
Yeah, he think he
and
He's
black.
Donald
he
Trump.
think yeah he
Yeah,
bug.
Ric Flair think
Ric
he
Flair
black
is
though.
stupid, yo.
He think he black, and then nothing too. Ric Flair drunk. Ric Flair's a drunk too. He's alcoholic. He always drunk. He got
Facts. That
yeah, he's
too.
drunk.
That too. He think he's a star, yo. He think he's a rock star. Ric Flair is that's his yo, not for nothing. He was styling and profiling. He's just styling and profiling, bro.
Jet
See, that's
flying
why he
limousine
broke.
riding,
That's why his ass is broke now. Always spend all that money.
That's
That's
why he
why
broke, right? He
he
still gotta
broke.
wrestle. He still got
Yeah.
doing
Hey,
videos with the Migos,
gotta pay out money.
talking about look at these Ferragamas.
yo.
I forgot
Oh
about that.
man,
Yeah, you
And
gotta pay
that's a
out
damn
money.
shame. Cause look at all of the other good like Hogan ain't gotta do that. And Flair
No.
was like the equivalent of Hogan. Flair was the other company's Hulk Hogan. Like, so how is it that you got? Come on, man. That's just a mismanagement of finances, bro.
For one, he been married like 5 times. He got to pay out
Mm.
money to all his wives. Stop getting married so much. That's
He
shoot.
did. I remember. What he was doing some kind of promo or something, and he was talking about. You think Ric Flair has a problem getting the ladies? I was out last night, banging and smashing and moving and drooling. Like, yeah, he definitely
He
he
be
was
drunk.
he. I
Yo,
could see why
Zone.
he was married like 7 times. Like,
Do you remember the
Yeah,
Nitro where he got butt naked, where he got boxer naked? He got
I heard
boxer
about
naked in
that.
the middle of the ring, bro. Boy was drunk and he was high on something, bro. He was
I
high.
think
That
I
shit was
do.
not scripted, bro. Nigga stripped his.
No.
He stripped right before he quit, right before he came. Matter of fact, I think it might have been the last promo he did before
I
he came
think
back to the WWF this time. WWE.
yeah.
The boy took all his clothes off, boy. The boy
I
crazy.
cannot. I'm gonna be honest, man. I can't believe Ric Flair hasn't passed away yet.
Yo,
Well,
yo, that's how you know he's truly a god. Like he's God. Like he's here. He's a god. He's a wrestling god. He's a wrestling prophet. He's a
yeah,
wrestling
yeah.
prophet, bro.
Well,
He's
you
here to
know, so
entertain us and teach
well,
wrestling.
you know, he's on a heart maker zone. That's why he's still alive. He's like on a heart maker because he had a heart. You know, he got real sick a few years ago. He almost died. He's like
Yeah,
on some machine. And he said that keeps him going. That's why he's still around.
I
But for
remember
that,
that. I
yeah, he would
remember
have been
that.
dead one for that. He would have been passed away one for that. He barely made it alive. He barely made it
mm,
out. So he was close, zone. He was very close. Remember, he's the same guy that was struck by light. Almost got struck by lightning. It was in a plane crash before he even won the world title. So he's
yeah,
been near death a few times. That's probably why he act crazy because him ain't nothing to touch him. He been close to
man.
death. Yeah.
Yeah, and just the way that like even when he makes his cameo appearances from time to time, like in those 10 seconds, like I never seen a wrestler get so worked up in like those 10 seconds. Like he'll come in, like walk around the ring and like the veins and everything is going like 5 seconds in, and I'm just like, how is this dude like, you know what I mean? Like, you tell me, you like. Shout out to Jay
Yeah.
Lethal, man. Like, for
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
remember that. I remember
He
them
do
two
be
too. I
sweating all
remember
over the
them two
place.
in TNA, boy. That shit crazy, yo.
Yeah.
even
He
just
was
trying to
sweating.
impersonate him right now just gets me worked up beyond, like it's crazy.
You
Flair's
know,
the
that's
man though, cause look, how we go from Harley Race to Flair, man. Flair not even on the list, I don't think. I don't know if you put Flair on the list, but
you got to
Flair
pick if you
Flair
want
on my
to.
list, but Flair's definitely an honorable mention, man. That just
He
goes to show
Oh
his
yeah,
impact.
he is honorable mention. You know, I'm gonna get to the next on my list. He's honorable mention. I can't forget about Ric Flair. But the next guy I'm gonna mention, he's still wrestling today. He's not old school. He's today. It's AJ Styles. He's also not a WWE born bred. He is in WWE today, but he started in TNA. He was supposed to come to WWE. He was, offered a contract, but he declined so his wife could go to school. So he went to TNA in 2002. He was there until I think what 2014. He was former TNA World Champion, former TNA X Division Champion. He had great feuds. You guys check it out with Kurt Angle. He feuded with him. I think he had other matches with Christopher Daniels and other guys in TNA. I knew about him in TNA, but I didn't know he was that good. I always heard his name, even while I was watching WWE, way before he came over. Uh, he did the Bullet Club in New Japan after he left TNA. Now he left TNA reportedly because they insulted him and offered him a very low amount of money, and he could not take that offer. He went elsewhere, and that's when he went to Bullet Club, went to New Japan with Finn Balor, Adam Cole and all them other guys that was in Bullet Club, you know. And then he came to WWE in 2016, made his debut at the Royal Rumble. He's a former two-time WWE champion. He is a former United States champion. He's a former Intercontinental champion. Also a former Raw Tag Team champion. He was the Tag Team champion with Omos. Um, he just came back from a recent ankle injury. He was out for a while. I think he's what, 40, 45, 46. I don't know how much longer he's going to be wrestling, but I think he said this contract he's on currently is his last contract. He may sign one more. He's going to retire soon. He mentioned in interviews that he's married and he has 4 kids. He said he doesn't like the fact he's away from his family so much. He even mentioned in an interview he had to ground his kid over the phone. He didn't like that. He wants to be home more. But he has a great career. He had a great match with John Cena at SummerSlam 2016. If you guys want to check that out. Great feud with John Cena. He had a great feud with Kevin Owens. He wrestled Roman Reigns. He's reportedly in line to wrestle Roman Reigns next for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship, since he just got drafted to SmackDown as of this past week. I like his matches. I like him as a heel or face. He's a phenomenal one. I just wish AJ was a little bit bigger. He would, be pushed more. He's only 5'11", but he's still an amazing wrestler just at his size. You know what I'm saying? He was won his WWE championship reigns. He was WWE champion for over a year. He is also a TNA or Impact Triple Crown winner and WWE Triple Crown winner, and he also is a Grand Slam champion in both promotions. He's the only wrestler to do that. Grand Slam in TNA, Grand Slam in WWE. Excuse me. He's wrestled all over the world. Like I said, he when I thought of TNA wrestling back in the early 2000s, besides Kurt Angle and Sting, he was the name I heard the most besides those 2 other men. I've always heard his name, and I said, "Who's AJ Styles dude? Who is he?" I keep hearing AJ Styles this, AJ Styles that. He had a great match. Him and Kurt Angle had great matches. So I looked him up, and I said, "Man, this dude can wrestle." And I was like, "I want if he come to WWE, he need to come on WWE." And he came later. I wish he had came sooner, but he done his thing, man. He just has done a thing. I like his forearm elbow. I like the Styles Clash. I like all his moves, honestly. I like the calf crush he does. He even had a great match with Brock Lesnar at Survivor Series 2017. He had a great match with Brock, and he made me think he could almost beat Brock. It was believable. He seemed like he could beat him, So, like I say, AJ Styles, he's definitely one of my top 5, no doubt about it. This guy's his talent is just natural talent. It was even rumored at one point that Shawn Michaels was gonna come out of retirement to fight him at WrestleMania. It was so much hype and buzz around the IWC, the internet wrestling community, about this. So that's how I know how talented he is. And I know Shawn Michaels was retired, he would have wrestled AJ Styles at a WrestleMania or any other major event. But I like AJ. He does his thing. He's a Christian man. He's very, very well disciplined. He doesn't be well, all the nonsense backstage. He doesn't play politics. The only time I've heard anything about him is he has a beef with Paul Heyman, and Paul Heyman was on Raw for a while, and he was on SmackDown now with Roman Reigns. And that's one of the reasons AJ Styles was on Raw for so many years because he didn't want to deal with Paul Heyman because he think Paul Heyman fired his boys, the OC of Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson. They said that he don't like how he did them dirty when they got released a few years ago. He wanted nothing to do with Paul Heyman, and that's why he kept going to Raw because he was SmackDown guy at first, but now he just recently moved back to SmackDown. But I like other than that, AJ Styles, you don't hear nothing about backstage. Like I say, he's a Christian man. He's been married to his wife for over 20 years. I think he got married in 95. Um, he, like I say, has 4 children. You don't hear nothing about him other than that. He's had a little thing with Paul Heyman, and that was over his friends that were fired, and they recently came back last year or late last year. But that's my take on Mr. AJ Styles, the phenomenal one. I like his theme song, everything. Good Brad, if you want to chime in on AJ Styles.
No doubt, AJ is the man. That's one of my little man, his favorite man. That's his favorite star right there. And I remember that Royal Rumble when he came in to the WWE, and we were sitting there chilling, and he caught us by surprise. That was the last thing we was thinking about. We kind of, we kind of was like when the music played, we was like, "Who the hell is that?" And then AJ popped out. We was like, "Oh shit!" Oh, AJ's one of his best matches though to me because I knew who AJ was because I followed them from New Japan. You know what I mean? Because we had the little we had the free cable shit, so we had access to that little New Japan and the Lucha Libre channels. So we knew the new Mexican stars and we knew the New Japan joint. So we had seen AJ over there with the Bullet Club, you know what I mean? And Kenny Omega and Finn Balor and Shinsuke Nakamura. So we had seen what was going on over there. So when he went to TNA, you know what I mean? And to me, he had his best match in TNA. Like, see, AJ is one of those traveled stars. Cause he got his match with Shinsuke in New Japan. That's one of the best matches I've ever seen. That's why that WrestleMania match for him and shit, that joint was what they did with WWE with that punching in the ball shit. That shit was crazy. But again, in TNA, him and Samoa Joe had one of the best matches. Him and Samoa Joe and I think it was Kurt Angle in a triple threat match had one of the best matches I ever seen. You know what I mean? So AJ always was around one of the best matches that you will ever see. So it's kudos to AJ, man. He's dope.
Yes.
With AJ, with me, he's another one that I'm actually unfamiliar with. So, I heard you say he came from was it TNA?
Yeah, he was
One
at
of those.
TNA, and also he was in New Japan Pro Wrestling with the Bullet Club in 2014. But he spent majority of his career at TNA. Like I say, he's a former TNA World Champion, X Division champion. Great feuds like Gilbert said with Samoa Joe and Kurt Angle. Um, he did his thing over there. I wish he came to WWE sooner because he's getting older now. Obviously, he's been in the game so long. But yeah, he's a great talent. Great talent.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna definitely have to check him out. See what he's all about.
And see, the thing with AJ is he paved the way. Him along with Daniel Bryan and the CM Punks, they paved the way for the little guy, the guy that's not juiced up. You know what I mean? Because Vince McMahon, he fixated on that juiced up big
Yeah,
dude. You know what I mean? The Bobby Lashley's, the Braun Strowmans, even the
Brock,
Romans. And if you
Brock
notice, even back in the days, all of his champions was juiced up, like the Hogans. This is why Macho was never really pushed to the moon.
No.
He loved the big muscular dudes. See, AJ represented that new blood, that you know what I mean, young, the cruiserweight heavyweight champion. Like, you don't got to keep the cruiserweights in a box with just the Intercontinental title. They actually can win the WWE title, and you know what I mean, AJ represented that in the other brands, so he was a perfect fit for WWE.
Well, you all forget Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio came out before all those guys. He was really the first one that paved the way. Before
That's a
Daniel Bryan,
fact.
AJ, it was really Rey Mysterio first. I give it. That's why I respect Rey Mysterio. Now he gets honorable mention as well because he's the first small guy I saw win a world title. I was like, Rey Mysterio won the world title. I was like, I never thought that would happen. And then I started seeing AJ Styles and Daniel Bryan like you're talking about. But it was really Ray first. Ray did his thing. And he was a WCW. You know, they played him in WCW. They didn't do nothing with him over there. Then WWE, they just took it to another level. You know, this man, multiple
Yep.
time world champion, won the World Rumble. You know, I know it's politics with Eddie Guerrero or whatever, but he still won. You know, you know, and then you, of course, Chris Benoit, Eddie Guerrero, they also were small guys too, but they were juiced up. But Rey Mysterio was the first one that wasn't juiced up. And I was like, dang. And then I started seeing all these other guys coming around. I said, man, Ray, you know, Ray just got inducted to Hall of Fame this year. I said, I gotta give Rey Mysterio his props, man. He kicked this off. He made little small guys believe they could be a world champion. He made it believable. Nobody else did before him. And that's why I give Rey Mysterio his due. I like AJ and I like Daniel. I like all the small guys. You know, Sami Zayn, I like those guys, but it was really Rey Mysterio first.
That's fact
Yeah.
though, KDH. That's fact.
And not for nothing, a little throwback, because you were saying how Vince, he liked his wrestlers, big, broad. There was a point in time where I can't remember exactly what happened, but one of these uh, agencies that run the TVs, they got involved with the WWF, and then they went through some little steroid investigation. And if you guys go back and do your YouTubes and stuff like that, go back and look at when Vince was being investigated for using steroids, and Triple H and a few others. Look at how they had to take some time off, and they came back and they just was like regular people. And then when the investigation was called off, they was back juicing again.
Man,
Facts.
that is facts, Zone. That is a nugget you just dropped there. That
That's
is a
a
major nugget. That's a major,
message.
that is
Message.
a nugget that man just dropped. Yep. And also, I want to add to that, if you notice, Good Bread, all those guys that were juiced up, they either passed away, they got major surgeries like Hulk Hogan, they banged up, beat up, can't move, or they just got deficiencies, they can't move. Hulk Hogan had about, what, 10 back surgeries. He can't even move his legs no more, you know. Mr. Perfect gone. Rick Rude gone. Lex Luger wheelchair. Lex
Oh
Luger,
man,
Lex Luger
crazy.
wheelchair. Yes, he's in a
Yeah.
wheelchair. Billy Graham is in the hospital. Superstar Billy Graham, he's on his deathbed pretty much. Then he's not doing well at all. You know, he's a big muscular dude. He was the original Hulk Hogan. You know, Chris Benoit, you know what happened to him, Eddie Guerrero, all these guys that had juiced up, they're not here, or they're not in the best health right now. They're alive, but they cannot move.
You got to
You know,
remember, Vince McMahon, he's not low. Like, Vince McMahon was infatuated with the bodybuilding industry.
he
Remember,
was.
he had the bodybuilding industry, and then he turned it into this pro wrestling circus. But he was really infatuated with steroids, yo. He liked it.
Yeah.
He liked it. The men with steroids, bro.
Remember, he had the WBF, World Bodybuilding
Yup.
Federation,
Yup.
and that got shut down due to the 1991 steroid trial. So he had his own, you know, bodybuilding league, but it got shut down. It wasn't out for what, a year. He never brought it back either. And they were
Nope.
all, you know, they were all jacked up muscle dudes. But those men don't live long. That's the problem. That's the con to those big men. They do not. They have health issues. I
Right.
think Macho Randy Savage. I said he had a heart attack while he was driving. He was juiced up too. Them
Yep.
guys do not live long. Now, if you look at the Shinsuke Nakamura, the Rey Mysterio, AJ Styles, Daniel Bryan, they're in the great health of their life. They're great. They're in best shape because they weren't on that stuff. Even and low key, Triple H, that had that health issue, heart deficiency, some health. What he has some. I think he has some. He had a heart attack, man. That man was
Yeah.
on roids. They don't want to say that. That man had a heart attack for being juiced up all those years. They'll say he had some heart, some thing from his family. Oh, I had it's the thing of my family. We got heart attacks. I didn't know about it. My grandfather had it. My dad had it. I
Damn.
didn't know that. Blah blah blah. No, 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 Triple H. Triple H, you was on roids and you almost died. They don't want to say that.
Yep.
That man was about to pass away. Remember, Troy was in the hospital for a minute, 21. It was not
Yeah.
no, yeah, say it was a gene thing with the heart. No, you was on juice, dude. You almost
Mm-hmm.
passed away. Because remember, he did the ESPN, he was coughing up blood. There's side effects to that. And
Yep.
Stephanie McMahon, if you guys look back, Stephanie McMahon did a tweet said, please pray for him. Please
Yep.
pray. That's how I knew. I said, that man had a heart attack. Stephanie McMahon said, please pray. He almost didn't make it. And they don't
Yep.
want to call that out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Truex almost died, bro. They don't
Oh
want to
yeah.
say that. Yeah.
Up there beating dudes upside the head with that damn sledgehammer, looking like Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, yeah, they gotta remember. They gotta keep. You gotta keep your health, and you gotta keep. If you risk your health for the money, then when you get the money, you gonna have to pay to use all that money on your health. If you want to
Yep.
keep it, you want.
Well, thing about it is good bread. They know, like you said, this is man. They knew he wanted that kind of guy. So these guys risk their lives saying, "Juice me up, let me be big, so I can look like that, so I can get a wrestling spot, so I can be world champion or get a big contract." They were doing that. They was risking it all just for that, and Vince knew they would risk it all for that. And that is very, very risky to do. And that's just not good to do, man, risking your health like that. Just so you get a big contract, just so you get a big a WWE title run, it's not worth it. It's not after all that. And forget that. No.
Right. That's a
Yeah.
fact.
True
But
story. Y'all getting KDH in rare form right now, boy. Word.
yeah, I'm going off. I'm about to have a rant in a minute. I'll have me.
Go, man. Let's go. Let's
I'm
get it.
about to have a rant. Yeah. We start AJ Styles, but we start talking these jacked up wrestlers and crap. And I guess, I'm about to go off on something else too. I don't like how Seth Rollins is dressed right now. I don't like the way he dresses when he comes to that ring. That is not Seth Rollins. I know that was the architect. He dressed like, he dressed like a woman now, man. I ain't with that, man. Nah. That Seth Rollins I saw, he's acting like a fool
That's a
right now.
whole fact, though, KDH,
Yeah,
because you know it's bad when my little man is asking me, like, "Yo, why you wearing that?" When my little man asks me why he wearing that, then you know it's like, oh, come on now,
he's
Seth.
wearing
What
a
is what's going on?
blouse
You
too.
wearing blouses and stuff.
Yeah,
It's not a
man.
shirt.
He more feminine than his wife is. I don't get that. Why do he dress like that? That's wearing blouses.
Man, that's sad, man.
Becky Lynch don't even dress like that. That's who she should be dressing like. Blows me.
KDH, you gotta save that, man. That's a whole different part of that's a whole different segment on the channel right there, man.
We are. That's why I'm
That's
trying
the
to hold
rent.
my composure. I'm trying to hold my composure here. I'm going to stop right there. We're going to put that at a big pause because I'm going to go off on Seth Rollins. I got a big problem with him. Yeah, man. I'm real tired of him.
That's a
Now,
fact, yo. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe so y'all can get the
yeah, please
the
subscribe
KDH
to this.
weekly rants. Cause it
Yeah.
sound like he got something for Seth Rollins' ass, man.
Yeah, I got some for him. I got some for Becky Lynch. I got some for her too. To call herself a man, all this other crap. I got some for her too. She get it too. And I got rants for other people. But yeah, we gonna get back to the wrestling top 10. We'll go to my top three. This guy here, he's also another guy that was in. I just mentioned him a little bit. He was a TNA for a while. He started his career at WWE, retired at WWE. This is Mr. Kurt Angle. This man here, he is a once in a lifetime type of athlete. This man was an amateur wrestler, won the Olympics in 1996. As he said, he won a gold medal with a broken freaking neck. You know, he really did have a broken neck. Now he took he took a deal with WWE 2 years later in '98. He debuted. He shortly became the world champion after defeating, The Rock. I believe that I think it was No Mercy pay-per-view. He was he had great feuds with Chris Benoit, some of the best feuds I've seen with out of Kurt Angle and Chris Benoit. His best matches besides AJ Styles were with Chris Benoit, former Intercontinental Champion, former United States Champion, former WCW Champion, and also former World Heavyweight Champion as well. Now he never won the Royal Rumble. He did win King of the Ring. He never won Money in the Bank. I think he was leaving at that point, but he has great accolades. He called to the business very, very fast. While I about Kurt Angle, he wrestled his rookie year. He wrestled like he was a veteran, and I saw that. That's rare. You see that with guys. It's him, Kurt Angle, Brock Lesnar, Big Show. All those guys had monster rookie years. If you want to add Sheamus too to the list, but them guys have monster rookie years. They wrestle like they've been in business for 10 years. Kurt Angle had feuds with Stone Cold, The Rock, Triple H, Chris Benoit, Chris Jericho, you name it. Guys that were way veterans, wrestle had way more experience above Kurt Angle. I like his style of ring. I like his moonsaults. I like him doing an ankle lock. The original ankle lock was Ken Shamrock, for you guys don't know. He did the ankle lock first, but Kurt Angle perfected it, took it to a whole nother level, became the king of the ankle lock. He was a great, like I said, great world champion. I liked him. He was I think 6-time WWE / World WCW World Heavyweight Champion altogether 6 times. He won the belt. He won the TNA belt 8 times over there. He was doing his thing because I believe at one point he was the IGWP and the Impact World Champ, TNA Impact World Champion. He held both those belts simultaneously as TNA Impact had a partnership with New Japan Pro Wrestling. He went to TNA in 2006. But he said he left WWE go TNA because of the hectic work schedule. He said he was addicted to painkillers and he was taking so much Vicodin. And he felt like if he didn't quit, he may not be here today. Like I mentioned with Eddie Guerrero, Chris Benoit, he was very addicted to painkillers. He wanted to work a part-time schedule because of the hectic work schedule, and he was addicted to painkillers. Vince McMahon told him no, and that's what he said, I need to quit. He stated in an interview. Excuse me. So when he went to TNA, he had great matches with Jeff Jarrett. He feuded with Samoa Joe. I think Abyss. Of course, AJ Styles, I mentioned earlier. Sting, of course, he had great matches with. He even started his own stable called Main Event Mafia. They were in suits. It was Kurt Angle, Sting, Booker T, Kevin Nash, and Scott Steiner. To me, it looked like a cheap, watered-down knockoff version of Evolution. It's my opinion, but he still did stable over there. He was the world champion. He had his wife, Karen Angle, over there, until they got a divorce, and now she's married to Jeff Jarrett. That's a whole other story within itself. But he came back to WWE, I think, in 15. He left TNA in 15, 2016, 2017. He came back to WWE. He was mostly in a non-wrestling role. He was a general manager for Raw. He had that horrible, and I mean horrible, retirement match against Baron Corbin at WrestleMania 35 in what 2019. Um, he said that he wanted to redeem himself and have a different retirement match that's yet to be seen if that's ever going to happen. I don't know why they had retired against Baron Corbin of all people, but I don't know. That's another story too. The Baron Corbin I'm a fan of. He has a deep, decent finisher. That's about it. But other than that, Kurt Angle has a very, very decorated career, and he's one of the first amateur wrestler I saw to go pro and to have an amazing career like he does. It's him and Brock Lesnar, who also is an amateur pro wrestler. Those guys too. He has another guy he had a great feud with. Speaking of which, Brock Lesnar. Him and Brock Lesnar had great matches, and him and Chris Benoit had great matches. And he even had a great match with Eddie Guerrero. They faced each other for WrestleMania 20 and SummerSlam that year, 2004. But Kurt Angle was definitely one of my favorite because his style I never seen before. I never seen a wrestler like him. And I heard quote unquote Triple H was jealous of him, you know, over the years. But Kurt Angle, he's funny too on camera. He has a great character, heel and face. He does a lot of goofy stuff, but it's funny. He did the sexy Kurt thing, making fun of Shawn Michaels. When if you get Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 21, but his great thing his great run was when he was the wrestling machine in what '06 when he became world heavyweight champion. That was one of his best runs. That was his peak. But honestly, if you really want to check out the peak Kurt Angle, believe it or not, it's not in WWE. It's in TNA. They say his best matches. I did research on it a few days ago. His best matches in his career are at TNA Impact, and they call him Perk Angle because he was so addicted to painkillers. That's his nickname back at TNA was Perk Angle. That's his prime was TNA of all the guys I mentioned earlier. He has since got remarried. He had 2 kids with his ex-wife Karen. I think he got 4 kids with his current wife, 6 kids altogether. I think 2 of his kids are adopted. He said he likes big family. He likes a lot of kids. So, like I said, I follow Kurt Angle, know his career. Um, it's like as soon as I don't know, I always says in the theory, ever since Kurt Angle got his head shaved off by Edge, it's like Kurt Angle got better as soon as he got his head shaved. He already was good, but he got better once his head got shaved. I always said to myself as a joke, I said, this dude, ever since his head got shaved, he got better and better and better. Because when he had hair, he went on the level that he was now. But I know that's because he first started when he had hair. But I like him much better once he shaved his head off. But other than that, Kurt Angle, also a WWE Hall of Famer, and I believe a TNA Hall of Famer as well. There's nothing else more to say about this man's career. He's also, Triple Crown Grand Slam champion. Nonetheless, one of the best amateur wrestlers I've seen. And I will pass this on to Good Bread of his thoughts of Kurt Angle. Good Bread, you there? You want to unmute?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad, bro.
Okay.
I had to do something. But yeah, you said it all. Like, always true is damn true, and that's where
Yeah,
I get that from. Cause
that
Kurt Angle
sound
was the truth, man. With a broken freaking neck, man. He was just designed to be a pro wrestler. Like, and he had competition like a mug. Like, look at the class he come from. He was there with Brock Lesnar's and the Cena's and he still carved the way.
That's a fact. Uh, I got 2 words for Kurt Angle. You suck.
right.
You suck.
Good
That
one.
That's
one.
funny.
Good one.
Funny. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I
he
for-
beat The Rock, so he sucks. Yeah, I mean, we can't
yo,
let that
yo, what
slide.
about the milkman? What about that whole milkman gimmick? That was funny, yo. Kurt Angle
Uh,
was a dope character.
that was hilarious. Yeah,
That was,
I think you might be right, KDH, when you say that his best days were with TNA, because I didn't
yeah,
realize, like,
yeah,
like how far back, because it just seems like yesterday that he came into the WWE, like it
yeah.
literally, and he went to TNA in 2006, and
Mm-hmm.
he was there. Let me
I
see
think
here.
15 to 15, I believe.
Yeah, he had a lot of matches with TNA.
Yeah, yes.
Um,
That's a fact, though. When y'all mention it, like it don't dawn on y'all until you mention it. Like, wait a minute, wait, you right?
Yes, yes, Pete, it's not with WWE, it's with TNA. Because if you think about before he left WWE, he was on his way to Pete, but then he left because of the schedule. Then when he went to TNA, he put them on the map. He helped put that company on the map. It is TNA, they messed up as far as financials because TNA honestly should be where AEW's at right now. So they came out before AEW, but DC Carter, we talk about this good Brett. She dropped the ball with that. But
True that.
yeah, he put Impact on the map along with AJ Styles and Sting and the other guys. Kurt Angle was a champion a lot over there. He was a world champion.
yeah, yeah, yeah. As far as his wrestling career, you really can't say anything too bad about the man. I mean, like you said, he's had. If it's I can't front. If it's not The Rock, I don't be liking to give wrestlers their credit, but um, he's definitely had a phenomenal career. Like I mean,
Yeah,
he his ring presence, um, his tenacity, um, staying in shape for as long as he did.
mm-hmm.
Um, and it's crazy because I seen him not that long ago. And he's all like skinny and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like he looks like one of those wrestlers that when you come off the juice, you start looking like a skeleton. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
pretty much.
So yeah, he's I ain't even going front. I can't be mad at you. You said he's your number two, right?
Number three, I got two more. He's my top three. He's in my
Okay,
top. Yeah,
I'm not
he's
mad at that. I'm not mad at that placing. I think that's a an accurate placing.
yeah,
Number three.
because he had great character. His matches are second to none. And then his accolades. I mean, look what this man's done. I mean, you gotta remember this dude came in. He didn't have that much experience when he came in. Like I said earlier, and he was doing it great with the vets. He was up there with the vets. For someone to do it as a rookie, I gotta put you above the rest. You was a
Yeah.
rookie at the time. You was killing it.
I think what made him like special like that too is like you said, like he came in off the back basically when that attitude era was like kind of
Yeah,
fizzling down
yeah,
because that was a hardcore time. So, he yeah. Yeah, he's worthy of that number 3 placement.
yeah. So yeah, Kurt Angle, man.
And
He,
before we get off of Kurt Angle, you cannot talk about Kurt Angle and not mention this fool Brock Lesnar and that that somersault 360, that botch move
oh
that
yeah.
God, he almost killed himself.
So on WrestleMania 19, he did the shooting star press.
Right.
Yeah, I tried my best not to mention that, good bread. I really didn't want to get into that. I was thinking about what I was talking about. I said I don't want to mention that shooting star press, but you dragged it out of me. Now I gotta say something. That match.
How can you not when you go over Kurt? And it's crazy because it ain't got shit to do with Kurt Angle other than he was in the match. He was
Well,
doing
he
what he
had.
had to do was put over somebody.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing about that match. Kurt Angle wanted to get surgery done. He wants to drop the belt to Lesnar as soon as possible. And Kurt Angle was like, get this belt off me. I need surgery. And he was agreed to work the program with Lesnar to do the WrestleMania. And then when he did that, he botched the shooting star, Kurt Angle was like, man, I'm already banged up because he hit Kurt Angle with that. Her himself too. He hit Kurt Angle, and Kurt Angle was like, man, dude, you banged me up too. I'm trying to give you the belt so I can take a break. So that's why they want to mention that. I said, let me be quiet about this.
You want to know something funny, right quick? Because I had to watch that clip to refresh myself. Kurt Angle, Kurt Angle said, "Who taught you how to be a dummy?" So after Brock landed, after Brock landed, Kurt tried to pin him. He was like, "You dummy, you just ended the match for me. I'm gonna try to pin you." But granted, Brock kicked out. So
Yeah,
that's funny, man. Like he was like, "Man, this dude's done, man. I'm gonna try to pin him, man." I ain't
yeah.
even.
Well, like I said, he already was injured. He already was banged up. He like, man, dude, I'm trying to do this right.
Yeah,
So, like I said, Brock Lesnar, I give him somewhat because he was still new. I think he was a year in the business at the time. He pushed Brock to the top, but why is this big ass doing a shooting star press that a small guy should be doing?
this dude, he thought it was at
He's
Barnum
too
and
big for
Bailey's.
that. He's too big for that
Yo,
move.
son, I was sitting there in amaze watching watching this joint. I was like, yo, and what stadium was that? Was this the one in Seattle? Was they in
Yeah,
Seattle for
that's
this one?
the Baco Field, whatever. Yeah,
Yeah, boy, I remember this one, boy. Like it was yesterday. That shit had me like, yo, why is he going to wait? What? And then, but then again, he had did it before, and every time he did this move, though, I always looked at it like, yo, and I always go back to the old Psycho said when he was in WCW, he went to the
on the
top rope
leg,
and he
the
jumped off and
leg
broke
thing.
his leg.
Yeah, I
Boy,
remember that.
I said, why would you do that? Big men don't go up there.
Come on, man. How do you ever? That's like seeing Omar's big tall ass jumping off the rope. You can't do that. You're too big. Leave that to the cruiserweights. You're too
Man,
Right.
big for that. I was like, why is this big 6'3", almost 300-pound man trying to do some? I mean, what are you doing, bro? This is not your style of wrestling. And he never did that stuff like that before. That's what blew me. I said, dude, this is not to do it. The only big man that could jump like that and got away with it was Undertaker. He was the only one that get away with it and didn't get
yep,
hurt. That's the only one I give credit to. Undertaker can do it, and he didn't botch it. He did it right. But other than that, y'all cannot do like Undertaker. The only big
no,
guy that can jump.
crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. So,
Thought he was
like
at
I
Barnum
said,
and Bailey trying to be an acrobat.
we'll see Brock Lesnar. Yeah, Brock Lesnar was the only one because he never like wrestling full time. And I think he just wanted to do what he wants to do. That's one thing I can think of. You are a dummy. Don't get me wrong, someone's right. You are a dummy. But I think you got that attitude, you want to do what you want to do. Yeah, that was done. So I was like, why is he jumping off the rope? And then, I mean, he could have broke his neck like
Oh,
snap. I mean, you should be in a wheelchair. I mean, that's what I
that yeah,
said.
that was crazy.
Yeah.
That was
That
wild.
that
That
match
was heart pounding. Like, whoa.
yeah, that match could have been decent, like Zone said, till he botched the move. You ruined the whole match. Yeah,
Hmm.
man. He
Yeah,
could
Kurt
just
Kurt rolled over. He said, let me go ahead and
yeah, he
pin this
did.
fool."
He tried to get over with. Yeah, but that's my top three, Mr. Kurt Angle. I'm gonna get down to the two. Um, this guy right here, he's also very active wrestler. I know he's currently on injury, but he's been wrestling for over 20 years. He is a legend himself. Not no pun intended. He calls himself the Legend Killer. He's a legend. Randy Orton. Um, this guy is naturally gifted. This man was born to be in a wrestling ring. Um, he done his thing, whatever. I can't take nothing away from this guy. Um, he just he just nothing else to say. He started his career in Evolution, Triple H Triple H himself, Randy Orton, Batista, and Ric Flair. Won the World Heavyweight Championship, the youngest World Heavyweight Champion to this day at 24 years old. Kicked out of Evolution. Later started another stable with Edge called Rated RKO. He later became WWE Champion. He had a great feud with John Cena, one of the best feuds of this past 15 years. Also had a great feud with Triple H over the WWE Championship. They had a great last man standing match of No Mercy 2007. You guys want to check that out? That's a great story. He had his longest reign champion was 6 months for 203 days. He also main evented WrestleMania. He had a great triple threat with John Cena and Triple H at WrestleMania 24. The only thing I didn't like about Randy Orton and Triple H, WrestleMania 25, they had a bad match. Great, one of the best storylines to this day over the McMahon. He got to it, the McMahon's kick Vince in the head, Shane in the head, RKO Stephanie and kissed her. And he also, great build-up with Triple H, but the match was subpar for WrestleMania 25. He went on to create another stable with Legacy, which is Ted DiBiase Jr. and a young Cody Rhodes. We start with those guys. After that disbanded, he had a great feud with Christian over the World Heavyweight Championship. They feuded over. That was a very underrated feud. In 2011, they feuded over the world title. After Christian won the world title, and he lost to Orton 5 days later on episode SmackDown. I still remember that feud. Randy Orton's also a former Money in the Bank winner, former two-time Royal Rumble winner, also a former Intercontinental and United States champion. He's a Grand Slam and Triple Crown winner. He actually set the record last year, the year before. He's been on more pay-per-view events than anybody else in WWE history, just past Kane. He just passed Kane, um, so he did that. Also, in late 20, he had a great feud with Drew McIntyre over the WWE Championship. He was still cut great promos. He reverted back to his Legend Killer gimmick. He punted Shawn Michaels, Ric Flair, Christian, Big Show in the head. This was a few years ago. He had a great run. Now, fortunately, back in May of last year, he had a back injury. He's still currently out while he was a part of the tag team RK Bro with Matt Riddle, where they won the Raw Tag Team Championships on two separate occasions. Like about Randy Orton, even though he's naturally gifted in the ring, his promos got better and better over the years. He is one of my personal favorites. He is the best heel I've seen in the modern era, even better than Triple H. And Triple H is a great heel, but Randy Orton surpasses him as a great heel. He's okay babyface, but everybody like Randy Orton as a heel. His career just been, he's always been that number two guy under John Cena. You can either say him or Edge, but it was always John Cena first, or either Randy Orton or Edge second spot. And he was always up there with the top guy. And he just had a great career. Oh, I can't wait for him to come back. I would like for him personally to break Ric Flair's record of this 16-time record, but he only has 14 world championships right now. He needs 3 more to break the record. At first, I thought it was going to be John Cena, but since he has a very steady, busy career in Hollywood and he doesn't care about the titles like that anymore, I would like to see Randy Orton break the record. He's very capable of doing it. Hopefully, he does. He's very capable of doing it. He's perfect at doing it. His career says it all. I like the RKO. I even like better when the diamond cutter. It's just I used to like the diamond cutter growing up, but I like the RKO much better. He hits it from any angle. I don't care how big you are, how short you are. He does from top rope. He does it from when in running the ring. He does it from the side. He can do it anywhere, and he makes it look good. If you're jumping off top rope, he catch you. If you're trying to run from him, he'll catch you. He even sneaks up on you like a snake. He's called the Viper for a reason. And he just hit the RKO, and it's so smooth the way he hits this RKO. I'm saying it's just no other way to explain how this guy is so smooth in the ring. There's very few guys that are so smooth in the ring. Randy Orton, Shawn Michaels are one or two. They just move so smooth in the ring. It's like they're flawless in the ring, pretty much. But that's why I like Randy Orton. And then this guy, he makes you want to hate him as a heel, but I love him as a heel at the same time. You hate this dude because he punts people in the head, he spits on people, but he's a lovable heel. You can't not hate this guy. But people don't realize the reason this guy is such a great heel because he got kicked out of Evolution. So if you understand the backstory, you got to see why he's such an amazing heel. This man got screwed over. He won the world title at a young age and he got booted out for it. So he has a perfect reason to be a heel. But he's still a crazy, sneaky, slithering heel. You know, he sneaks up on you. You think he cool with you, then he RKOs you. This dude is he's a hateable heel. He has a very his attitude, the way his mannerism in the ring. He looks at you like whatever. I mean, you can't trust this dude in the ring. He's a snake. He's a viper. I thought Stone Cold Steve Austin was the biggest slimy, snake stunner. This dude's way worse than him. But other than that, Randy Orton is personally one of my top favorites. I mean, I just everything, the RKO, everything. This dude's his career. He will go down. He's going down as one of the greats. I mean, he's up there. He's definitely up there. When you talk about the Undertaker, we talk about John Cena, you talk about Stone Cold, The Rock, all them guys. His name is definitely up there with those guys. Even Kurt Angle, and I like Kurt Angle, but I like Randy Orton better. That's my take on Mr. Randy Orton. And I'm going to leave it out to Good Bread.
All right. Yeah, Randy Orton is you pretty much summed up Randy Orton, man. And one thing I like about Randy is he never took what he inherited from his pops for granted. He still did the work on him, and he just gave you great matches. Like Randy, also he's a great character. Like he's somebody that doesn't take himself too serious, so he's gonna always be able to play a great character. And again, they like to use him as a tweener, but Randy is not a tweener. Randy is definitely your heel, yo. Randy
Heel.
is a way better heel than anything. And I love the Legend Killer when he was punting everybody in the head. That was the best Randy, if you ask me. And I mean, that's all I really got to say when it comes to Randy Orton. Randy Orton speaks for itself, though. I mean, for real, he's like the Randy. He's the like Macho Man to the Hogan, and Cena would be Hogan.
Yeah. Yeah. And his peak was '09. Honestly. When he shaved his head, that was his peak, in my opinion. When he was putting people in the head, Vince McMahon, and the rest of the McMahon family. When he had his head shaved, that was the peak of Randy Orton. I never seen Randy Orton at that level since then. He got close to 20, but not like '09. That was '09, in my opinion. But I'll let it go to zone though.
Long story short, I don't like him. Uh, I never have liked Randy Orton, but it's because of what you said. Like he so when he came, first of all, it's hard to believe that it's been 20 years since he came in the game. It's crazy, like crazy, crazy, crazy. I remember when I first started seeing him. By the time he came in, that's kind of like when I slowed down like my consumption of wrestling by that time. Um, but it's like what you said, man. Like the reason I don't like him is because when the matches that I saw, it's like it was just it was too easy for him. His technique is so good that it just makes everything look so easy. Like you said, he's called the Viper for a reason.
Yep.
And he was just so smooth with his stuff, man. And like you said, he's the legend killer as well. So the fact that, you know, I sit there and I watch my guy, The Rock, have his tussles and have to go through, somewhat of a adversity to get to where he got to when Randy came in from day one. It's kind of like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like everything fell in his lap, but that's because that's his family. Like you know what I mean? He was born to do what he did and get to where he got. You know what I mean? So that's why I hated him, because I'm like, yo, you know how you just it's kind of like Jordan fans. You know what I mean? Jordan fans, they show Kobe love. They showed Kobe love, but I'm gonna keep it 100. A lot of Jordan fans, they did not like Kobe, and that
Nope.
was kind of like me. Like when I saw him come in, I'm like, I don't like this dude. I can't stand him. I can't stand him because he was just having his way. He was just
Man,
having
hey,
his way, man.
I got they up there for a reason. Can't be so about Kobe like that. I got that. I got that up there. That's before Black Mamba, by the way. But that was before he was
Facts.
called that.
Yeah, but yeah, the injury, man. I hope that he can come back and do it one more time and go out on a high note, man.
That's facts. Yeah, Randy Orton, man. He, like I said, he is a hateable heel, but you gotta like him at the same time because he's so good at it. Now,
Right.
there's three guys I really did not like as heels, but I liked them because they were so good at their job. Triple H is number one. Randy Orton's number one. Triple H is number two. And Edge. Edge was a hated heel too. Edge did some bogus stuff, slapping Cena's dad, bro. I mean, I'm like, man, I don't like Edge, man. Edge, you low, and then the whole lead of Matt Hardy thing. I said, Edge, you low down, bro. You a low down dude, Edge. You really low down. Then you having sex celebrations in the ring and all that. I said, Edge, you really low
Man,
Facts.
down. You a low down.
Facts.
Edge is like it's crazy because like I remember when Edge was kind of like he was just a cool good guy at one point.
Yeah, he
The cool
was.
he was cool. He's from Canada, right?
Yeah, he from Canada. Yep.
He was like the cool Canadian wrestler, just come in, do his thing, celebrate. And it's crazy to see how he evolved into the villain over the years, man.
Yeah.
I never thought like when I was really young watching Edge, I never thought that he would evolve. Not saying that anything's wrong with it, but I never thought that he would evolve into what he is now. It's crazy.
Facts, though. That's what I mean. Like I saw him. I was watching the Hardy
I'm like,
brothers, and then
I'm
I
like,
then I looked next. It's like boom. Then he's rated R. I'm like, what the fuck? Wait, but I like that shit. That shit fire. Like wow. Okay.
Right.
I think what put his career over is when he won that money back contract at WrestleMania 21. That kind of kicked off the whole crazy sadistic character because you cash a contract anytime, become champion. And he was so obsessed with winning that world title, he turned to the radar superstar. He turned to that crazy dude. And Edge, like you said, Zone, he was a corny, goofy dude. Man, he used to do the flash photography for 5 seconds with Christian. He was goofy. Edge was goofy, man. I'm
Yeah.
like, he's a heel? I was saying Edge was silly. And then he became, same with Kurt Angle was silly too at first, but he
Mhm.
became a monster heel. And I was like, whoa. He literally went to that dark. Now, for those y'all don't know, before he got goofy, he did start out as a vampire in the Brood. Now, he was a vampire at first, but then he did as
That's a
Christian.
fact too. We
I
didn't
missed that.
mention that yet. Yep.
He was a vampire with the Brewer Christian and Gangrel. And then he started to get where he at with the contract. And I feel like that white bag contract now was specifically made for Edge. No one career got better with that contract than Edge. We can say Seth Rollins. I already got to him earlier. I really don't want to get in the rat again. Yeah, he won at WrestleMania, but see, Edge don't wear blouses to the ring. You do, so I don't. I'm not giving Seth
Right.
Rollins that. I you know, yeah, your old Seth Rollins did. I don't know if you got cloned or something. Someone took you away. You ain't seen Seth Rollins no more. I don't know what happened to you, you know. But anyway, Edge just became that character that I did not like. Randy Orton, you could not stand on Randy Orton. There's no way you would like Randy Orton.
No.
Randy Orton, you would be cool, sit in the ring, and some dude sneak up on your RKO, you'd be like, whoa, where did it come from? That's where the RKO I know it came out from. So Randy Orton, no. No, Randy Orton, you just can't trust. He's man, that's what I say. He was worse than Stone Cold was. Stone Cold was the one you couldn't trust. He was an anti-hero. He just stunned you. This dude here just sneak up on you. He slides. He
Mm-hmm.
runs, and then he runs away. So he RKO you. I'm like, this dude here, man.
And one more thing with Edge. Shout out, we got if we're gonna credit Edge for being the rated R superstar, we gotta give homage to Val Venus. Yeah, I mean, because I feel like Edge kind of jacked Val Venus's swag a little bit. You
So
know what I
then,
mean?
Oh,
so then I gotta take y'all even back. We gotta go to Ravishing Vic
oh,
Rude.
yeah. Yeah, Rick Rude. Another fun fact too, Zone. I don't know if you know this. For and rest of you guys in the chat, you know he was his second wife, Edge's second wife. He was married to Val Venus' sister in real life. That you brought that up. He was married to. That's probably why he got that swag.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
his second ex-wife was the sister of Val Venus, and you know when he did the whole Lita, Matt Hardy, he was married to her. He was cheating on with Lita. So he was, yeah, that's the woman he was with. That's why I said Edge was wilding out, man.
Damn, KDH, that boy good. KDH
I
good.
just
That
want to
boy
say
good.
this to the ladies in the chat. Hello, ladies.
Hello, ladies.
I had
For
Yo,
to.
all
I
you,
couldn't resist, man. I
what,
had to, man.
the big dog
what
Hokie.
Rick Rude used to say? He used to say,
Oh, big
"What I
dog,
like
big
to
dog
have
Hokie.
right now is for all you fat, no good, out of shape." He would say Chicago, New York, or Arizona hippies to close your eyes while I show the ladies what a real man is all about. Doom, 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 doom.
Yeah, his gimmick was like a porn star, I believe, right? It's pretty much like a adult star.
From what I recall, the little bit that I recall, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a adult star. That's what I heard. Yeah, but anyway, I didn't even think about that zone. He did steal the swag of Val Venus. He kind of did because if you think about it, he became a rated R superstar, and that was kind of a glimpse of the big Valboski. He
Yeah.
did, and like I said, I mentioned he's married to his sister in real life. That's probably why he got that from,
I
and
didn't
that's
even
crazy.
know that.
Yeah, he Epps was married 3 times. He's married now to Beth Phoenix, but he was married twice before that.
Psh,
So
dang,
yeah,
that's crazy.
Edge was falling out, bro. Back in the day, Edge was really on the radar superstar. I think that was one of them games that was real life. He just took it too far because Matt Hardy, he had smoke for Edge. He had
Yeah.
smoke for Edge for real. He was mad about that, you know. But I say he changed his career around. You know, he's with Beth Phoenix. I mean, no comment, but yeah, he's with Beth Phoenix. You know, I ain't too big on her as far as attraction goes, but you know, Edge is one of the hated heels. But I am going to go into my number one pick, and this guy's also a legend. Cannot deny what this man's done in the ring. I got to put him on. And this guy here, number one, the one and only, the dead man himself, The Undertaker. This guy here, man, the best big man I've ever seen. This guy came from WCW originally. He was the mean Mark Callis. He was managed by Teddy Long, also in WCW at the time, for those you don't know. Came to WWE, had a super natural dark character that's very hard to pull off, and he was Vince McMahon is one of his best creation. Debuted at Survivor Series 1990. Started the streak a couple years later. I think it was 91, 92 started the streak. Had what 24-2 record. Did it for 21 years before losing Brock Lesnar in 2014 WrestleMania 30. Multiple time world champion. Won his first world title against Hulk Hogan. Survivor Series 1991 and 91 he won against him. He only held for 6 days, however, because Mr. Hulk Hogan wanted to play backstage politics. And it's an interview saying that when he did the tombstone on the chair, that Hulk Hogan claimed that he broke his neck. And I'll tell you the interview about this on ESPN, and he said he did not break his neck. He did more secure than ever, but he lost the belt. But he did win it years later at WrestleMania 13 against Psycho Sid. And he won for a last time against when Hulk Hogan came back in 02. 4-time World Heavyweight Champion, altogether 7-time World Champion. He is a Royal Rumble winner. He is I believe well, no, he's not a Triple Crown champion because he's one of the few wrestlers that did win a world title. He never won the Intercontinental nor the United States Championship. Undertaker has never won a mid-card title. He always only won the world title. That's a fun fact about Undertaker. He never won one of those 2 titles. He always won a world title or a tag team title. Never won those other titles. Not that he needed it, but, one thing I respect about Undertaker, he had a lot of injuries in his career, but he never complained about it. He just took time off when needed, came back. Did not play backstage politics. He only went backstage if you felt like you did him wrong personally. And he voices the pig because he has a very close relationship with Vince McMahon, still do to this day. Undertaker also has been considered a locker room leader. A lot of wrestlers have looked up to him. They got advice from him. I heard he even, when CM Punk was world champion, he told CM Punk you need to dress better, be a better presentable champion. CM Punk said, I'm not doing that. And he talked to Vince about it, and next thing I know, CM Punk lost the world title because he felt CM Punk was being arrogant towards him. Not so much complaining about him, but it was the disrespect because he's a locker room leader. And we already know the story with CM Punk. That's another story for another day. Also with Undertaker, he is the very few wrestlers I've seen that takes pride in the industry and does not take for granted. Now, for those who don't know, Undertaker was backstage during the whole Montreal Screwjob back in 1997 with Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels. He was there, and he did an interview about the whole spill. He said himself that instead of the Screwjob going down like that he could have won the belt from Bret Hart, and then Shawn Michaels could beat him afterwards. But that's not how Vince McMahon and company wanted that. He was very upset about it. Now, Shawn Michaels tried to play backstage politics again when Stone Cold was supposed to win the world title at WrestleMania 14. They said Shawn Michaels didn't want to drop the belt, and Undertaker said that he took him, alleged now, took him backstage saying, if you don't drop that belt to Stone Cold, you pull this Montreal Screwjob, tonight's not going to end well for you. I'm going to kick your ass. That's what he told Shawn Michaels, I've heard. And Shawn Michaels did drop the belt to Stone Cold because he knew better not to mess with the dead man. He just shows great poise in the ring. The character, what I like about Undertaker, he's the dead man, he modified this character so much. He was the dead man with purple boots at first. Then he later on became American Badass, rode the bike, and then later he modified again. He became Big Evil, which was the heel version of the biker character. He wore the shirt Big Evil, cut his hair, still rode the bike. Then he did that for a little bit. Then he reverted back to the dead man persona. And then I think that's when he stayed that character pretty much. Right before he retired, he did a little bit of the American Badass again, but a little bit himself in it. He always changed with the characters. If you notice over the years, when Undertaker first debuted, his move was choke slam, tombstone, choke slam, tombstone. Later on, he also did that power bomb, which is the elevated power bomb. He did that later on, and also a submission move called the Hell's Gate. Those moves he evolved later on in his career. And I believe his best body peak position was 2007. Now that's when he won the World Rumble. He had a great feud with Batista, and he put on great matches. They had the Last Man Standing match at Backlash. They had the WrestleMania match. Then he later had a feud with Edge later in 07. And I think at that point, Undertaker was 42 at the time. He still was going. He had a lot of surgeries, but he still had put on great matches in his career later on. So I like that about Undertaker. He has a nice wife, Michelle McCool. Nice family. Man, this dude I think he's 50, 56, 57. This man still having babies. He just had a son, I believe, like a little baby. Now his daughter, he has with Michelle McCool's like 10 years old. He just had another son. I said, Undertaker, man, you're a grandpa, you're a granddad at this point. Having all these babies your age, you need to stop that. Should be a granddaddy, not a daddy still, but he's his own man, can do what he want. Gotta put my spill on that. But other than that, Undertaker it's no words to describe this man's career. I mean, he's the very few wrestlers that did not need a world title to make it a main event. Undertaker himself and the streak was a main event. The streak was bigger than the world title. When they made the streak a thing later in 2005 against Randy Orton, that streak was bigger than any world title. That's how big it had gotten. And then Undertaker himself, he makes the title. He's the definition of I make the title make me. He was bigger than that. He made it a main event, and I don't see many wrestlers doing that these days. They got to have a world title. He didn't need a world title. If Undertaker wanted to, could have won the title 10, 12 times. He didn't need to do that because he's the Undertaker. His character says it all. The modification, the growth of the character, the development of the character, the storylines. I love the storyline. He had great stable with his brother Kane. They had great stable. Brothers of Destruction. Now that's one of the legit tag teams, more stable, but they had great chemistry. I also liked when he feuded with Kane as well. And 2 WrestleManias he fought Kane at. They lately had a good feud where Kane was the world champion, and he had 2 or 3 matches with Undertaker back in 2010. But one thing I do not like that Undertaker did, I think he should retire sooner than later. Now he's kind of like Triple H. Later on, his matches weren't the best not because he's not a great wrestler, because his injuries prevented him from having a great stellar match. Now, maybe you guys don't know, Super Showdown 2019 or maybe 18, he had a match with the Bosch King Goldberg. Goldberg did a jackhammer and dropped this man on his neck, damn near killed him, could have broke this man's neck. Now, aside from that match was horrible. If they weren't for that box, that match, Undertaker was moving slow, he was sluggish, he was off beat, he couldn't do anything right. And then he had the WrestleMania match with Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 33, and that match was also terrible. He was just out of touch, out of sync. He was not the Undertaker that could move and go. That I mentioned that was in 2007. He should have retired then. And I just hated that he went all those extra years to wrestle to have the last match with AJ Styles, the Boneyard match at WrestleMania 36. He should have retired shortly after Shawn Michaels retired. That's when his matches started to get sluggish and slow and everything. And I didn't like to see the Undertaker, the dead man, coming out like that. Because Undertaker always brought his A game. Because if you notice at WrestleMania, that's when he really jumps the ropes. He goes through the ropes and he jumps over the ropes. He only did that at WrestleMania because he's the dead man. No one could do it like him. Of a big man, like I mentioned earlier, he's the only big man that can jump like that, on a consistent basis. But other than that, Undertaker, his career was, like I said, stellar. He's my favorite wrestler, man. I mean, he does the choke slam the best, the tombstone the best, better than Kane, better than Big Show, better than all them guys. I mean, he perfected that move. I mean, there, there's no WWE without an Undertaker. When you think of WWE, you gotta think of Undertaker. Besides The Rock, Stone Cold, Triple H, Edge, and John Cena, Randy Orton, you gotta think of the Undertaker. He's one of the pillars. Undertaker was been WWE since 1990. He never left the company, go to WCW or TNA or AEW. He is one of the loyal ones. Besides Shawn Michaels and Triple H, he's been here. He gotta get his due. He's been here. He's still around. He's just now doing I think interviews and ambassador events. He's still doing stuff with the company, just of course in a non-wrestling role because he's retired. He said he don't like doing that, so he's been in the ring. He says it's different for him, but he's still he's one of the guys that's been loyal to the company nonetheless. He's more loyal than anybody can think of. The only time he was gone for WWE is when he was nursing an injury. Other than that, he's there. He's Undertaker. He did the WrestleMania once a year for a while. I mean, this man, I don't know if y'all know, Undertaker has a wrestling ring built in his house. That's how much he loves the business. He used to train in that wrestling ring in his house to get ready for his once a match WrestleMania year at the time. I mean, this guy, legend, man, Hall of Famer, you name it. He deserved everything he get, all his big contract, everything. His dude deserve it. There's no WWE Undertaker, and that's my favorite wrestler of all time. That's my number one pick. You guys let me know what y'all think about
Man, Undertaker is definitely in my top five. He is one of the best, the most historical characters other than Hulk Hogan. He is definitely Vince McMahon's greatest invention. Like that, Vince McMahon, he can tuck his tail and he can really hold his head high with the invention of the Undertaker. Since 1990, the Undertaker has been the most dominant, the most consistent. You know what you're gonna get. No funny business. And again, Shay's kudos to Harley Race, because Harley Race pioneered the locker room bully. Undertaker was that. He made sure he kept order in the locker room too. So he was one of the guys that made sure Shawn Michaels dropped his title. He made sure the Montreal screw job got handled like men. You know what I mean? We could use a dude. We could use dude like Undertaker and the Righteous Fair, man. But that's all I really gotta say. You pretty much summed it up with the Undertaker, man. You summed it up with the Undertaker. Dog, I'm trying to think. One of my greatest Undertaker moments is when he locked Ultimate
it.
Warrior in the casket. When he locked Ultimate Warrior in the casket, that shit had me scared to death. But I was little, I was scared to death. Like, yo, this nigga is crazy.
Yeah, he even got the Miz. The Miz, he got kicked out the locker room, because they was bullying him. Undertaker's the one that got the Miz back in the locker room, for those who don't know. Undertaker was the one that got Miz back. No one else stuck up for Miz except for Undertaker. That's how much of a leader Undertaker is.
Yeah, KDH. You pretty much said it all when it comes to the Undertaker. I definitely, I definitely have to agree that the Undertaker's he is Vince McMahon's best creation.
Yes.
Um, I it was crazy because I don't know how it got. Well, I was searching some wrestling stuff up months ago, and then I saw some Undertaker stuff, and I'm like, man, you know what? Because when I first started watching the Undertaker, again, it was in the Attitude era. I wasn't really focused on him like that. But then I saw some old footage and I was like, you know what? Let me go back and watch the Undertaker. Let me just kind of see how he was in the beginning. And I kind of it kind of made me laugh because I'm like, yo, Undertaker actually got some swag in the beginning of his career. Like his whole wardrobe, like it's funny, but it was like kind of swaggy a little bit. Like in his whole slow walk to the ring, I'm like, this is different. Like even back then. But yeah, to stay in character like that. You know what I mean? For what, 30 years?
thirty
You know what I mean?
years.
Like that's a tough time. And then I heard you mention his physique in
Yeah,
2007. So I wanted to
yeah,
go back and take a look. I'm like, yo, man, this dude make me want to go back and get in the gym right now. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like he was he was cut. I didn't realize
He,
how in shape he was in
yeah, he was in
2007.
great shape. Yeah, he was 42 at the time, man. He was in his 40s. I was like, and he's putting on the best match of his career, the best feuds. And I see why he won the world title in the World Rumble that year. He just got himself together. I said, man, I'll take doing this thing. He
Yeah.
was still doing his thing.
Yeah, that's a fact, guys. For those of you guys that don't know, the first time I saw Undertaker, he was in WCW, guys. He was
Yes.
with a tag team. He was with a tag team. He was with a guy called Dangerous Dan Spivey. You know what I mean? And even then, for a big man, there was two big men that were flying around the ring like they were jumping off the top rope, and it was crazy. Like, what the hell is this? So I kind of knew, and then he fell. He fell to the back of my mind, and then he came back as the Undertaker. And it wasn't until about like the sixth time that I saw him as the Undertaker that it started to regulate. Like, hold on, remember that guy back in the day? And then I started to go back into and like that's him, and that's where it went. And from there,
Yeah.
Um, Go ahead, Zone.
The power man, I'm just thinking the power bomb, that was cool. That the elevated power bomb that I always like that move. Um the choke slam, the tombstone, like you said, nobody and Kane is in my top five. Not,
Yeah,
nobody could do those moves like him. Um and I do agree with you that maybe he should have retired a little bit
yeah,
sooner, just because man, when you hitting that ring for that long, you know, that's a tough thing to endure. So, I know he tried to, give the people as much of him as he possibly could. Um, but overall, like just when you think of wrestling in general, like if the Undertaker doesn't come to your mind like almost instantaneously, then I don't know what to say because you know dude is just literally a beast.
facts,
yeah,
facts. So
yeah. Yeah, Undertaker, he's example of what a leader should be. You know, like I said, he didn't have to stick up for the Miz getting back in the locker room. He could just let the Miz, do his thing. Like you got bullied, okay, whatever, that's your problem. But he talked to me and talked to alleged Chris Benoit, who got him kicked out, and JBL that bullied him, and said, "Hey man, let's do back in the locker room, man." Because it was petty stuff. The Miz was eating chicken and got the chicken on Chris Benoit bag, and they kicked him out for that. And I know why he did that because he was a reality star. They're like, man, you ain't no wrestler. They bullied him because of who he was. And they bullied him. My thing is, Miz should stood up for himself, like, hey, man, you don't talk to me like that. And they knew they could do that with him. And that's how he got kicked out. Miz didn't do nothing wrong. Miz is a nice guy. It's just they bullied him because he was a reality star from the MTV Real World.
Right.
that's a fact.
Yeah, that man didn't do nothing wrong. Y'all didn't like him. But they don't do that bullying stuff no more, especially with the campaign. They don't do that hazing stuff no more. That's been gone. JBL is one of the biggest bullies of all time. He bullied him and Chris Benoit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but yeah, Undertaker, I don't like his matches in his career. He just performance was horrible. I don't like that Goldberg match. I don't know why he agreed to that match. You know Goldberg is a box machine, and you're past your prime because you got to realize Undertaker had all those surgeries. So that's why he was moving slow. He couldn't move no more. The man hip was busted, his knees was busted, his leg was everything. He had a bad hip. He could not move like that no more. He wanted to, and that's what he should have called it a career. Be like, hey man, I'm done, Vince. I'm done. I can't
Yeah.
move. I had all these surgeries. I mean,
6'10".
yeah, before he even wrestled, he used to play basketball. That's why I said this man been an athlete his whole life. This man's tired. If he played basketball in college. So if he did that and then played wrestled for 30 years, yeah, his body's banged up, man. He can't do no more. He
Falling
can't
off
do
of
it.
cages. I mean,
Yeah.
mm,
Come on, man. All them Hell in the Cells he did, he was the king of the hell. He was innovative Hell in the Cell.
yep.
He was in the first Hell in the Cell match with Shawn Michaels. This man is done, man. Y'all know this man was done. Man could have got his neck broke by Goldberg. That was a bad call. When I saw that match happen, I said, this is not going to end well. It's going to be a bad. I knew it was going to be a bad match. I said, you gonna put an old Undertaker with an old Goldberg who already botches? What kind of they should have that match 20 some years ago if he was gonna do Undertaker and Goldberg. Now the match I never saw was Undertaker versus Sting. That was supposed to be the big match. Everybody wanted to see that. But Sting never came to WWE till later.
Yo,
That was messed up.
it's crazy you mentioned that, bro, because that's the second most important match that WWE botched. Because remember, WWE never had the Flair versus Hogan for the title.
Nope,
They had
never.
that cheap Madison Square Garden match, but they were supposed to have a WrestleMania match. They dropped the ball on that and Sting and the Crow Sting versus the Undertaker.
Yeah, that should have been big. Because Sting could have came to WWE in 2011 when he resigned with TNA. Y'all should have threw money at him, and that could have been perfect. He should never have done matches. He should have had a Sting match. That was the most talked about match in the whole wrestling industry. It never happened because of WWE. And then when you do get them, you feed them Triple H and make them lose on purpose because of the whole WCW WWE thing. I was like, come on, man. That could have been Undertaker.
Yeah. That was the what was it? The Floyd Mayweather Pacquiao joint
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
WWE.
Right. That's exactly what that was. That pissed me off. I
Yeah.
was like, come on, man. What is going on here? Why did y'all never do that match? And then Goldberg,
Yeah, that's
doesn't have,
crazy.
yeah, he's a boss machine. He just hurts everybody. He kicked Bret Hart's head off. You almost broke Undertaker's neck. I mean, I don't get it. Now that's a guy I don't like. Goldberg is a big marquee name. I don't like Goldberg as a wrestler. He sucks. He sucks as a wrestler. He hurts people. I don't like Goldberg. I don't like Goldberg. I don't like Hulk Hogan. I don't like him either. Those two guys I don't like.
What about Goldberg entrance?
Oh, it's fire. It's just fire. I
That's
ain't
the only
wrong.
thing. That's the only thing you like about
Fire.
Goldberg.
Yeah,
Yep.
but his wrestling is terrible. His matches are 5 minutes. He's a terrible wrestler, man. He's just a big name. He's a marquee name. Well, I seen
Yeah.
Hogan, him. It just amazed me with WCW. They had Undertaker, Triple H, Stone Cold. Y'all had and Mick Foley too. Well, and Mick Foley. Y'all had all these guys, and y'all let them go to WWE, and y'all wonder why y'all lost the whole war. You had the talent, but you didn't use it right. That lets you know how bad WCW booking was at that point. How did you let all those guys go? They became and Chris Jericho and Guerrero and Benoit. They all became Hall of Famers, world champions. Y'all had all that talent in that ring.
Yep.
WCW had they had all the pieces, but they didn't all put together.
Yep.
I don't understand about WCW. WCW should have beat WWE in the wars. If anything, you should have defeated them. And then y'all had NWO too. How do y'all have all that and you still lose the war? I don't get that. I still don't get that. I'm like, WWE should never won this. Y'all should have won.
Yep.
Y'all had all the people over there.
That's
Eric
crazy.
Bischoff, yeah, Eric Bischoff told Stone Cold he's not marketable because he wears plain black boots and plain black trunks. He's not marketable enough. And he fired Stone Cold. And what does he do? End up becoming the biggest star in the damn business. And you fired him so he wasn't marketable. That's why I say WCW, they did a lot of dumb stuff over there. They did a lot of dumb stuff over there. It was stupid.
One thing that I give I uh like the WWF over WCW, like when I analyze it, is that marketing that WWF had in the 90s was impeccable. Like the name, those names held so much weight. You know, like you could literally pack a stadium just off one name. You know what I mean? Back then.
Fact,
Whereas
fact.
with WCW, they had the talent, but WWF made the names. They
Yeah, you're
made
right.
the branding. You know what I mean? Like action figures.
Great
Crazy.
point. Great point. And that's felt to this day. To this day, now that there's sports entertainment and you got like AEW who do what they want, they're more leaning towards the independent style where their guys cut their own promos and they're not so scripted. You can feel that to this day. Even Nitro was a different show than Raw. Monday
Yeah.
Nitro and Monday Night Raw was two different shows. You could tell.
Yeah. Cause I know for me, like when I was watching wrestling, I thought that WCW was better because I thought that it was more it it was it was it was a little bit more hardcore in my opinion, but I just remember being young and watching how each wrestler with the WWF became a brand. And so when you're young like that, no matter how good the show, how good, Nitro is, when you're a young kid, you're like, I want to see The Rock. I want to see Kane. I want to see, because those were
That's a
name
fact.
brand. They were like McDonald's, Burger King,
Yeah,
Wendy's. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
yeah, that's true. And then another thing too, I think with Raw and WCW, Raw Monday Night Raw already had a reputation. Nitro came out a little bit later. Raw was
yeah,
already, like you said, in marketing. Raw was a big name. It was getting on its way to be big. And
yeah,
everybody thought about Raw. We did know about Nitro, but Raw already had the reputation. Everybody know about Raw. We gotta watch Raw. And then Nitro came later on. So
you
like
want
you
to
said,
know something? A staple too. Just the title, the show title, Sunday Night Heat.
oh yeah.
Sunday, you man, a new week is about to start, and sometimes it would be the pay per view right after that. Like, I mean, just the name of the shows. You know what I mean? That marketing and creativity with those names back then that the WWF had was impeccable.
Yo,
Crazy.
even to this day, Zone though, their production, Kevin Dunn, kudos to Kevin Dunn, bro.
Oh yeah,
Their
production.
production team is crazy. The cameras, it's Hollywood. It's lights, camera, action when it comes to WWE. They are the greatest show on earth right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it's the biggest wrestling promotion, and it still is, and always will be. Once you got a company over in Saudi Arabia, that's how new WWE. You can never be beaten. You can be competed with. That's big money. Saudi Arabia. That's man. That's they say it's blood money, but
Yep.
that's big money going to Saudi Arabia, and I don't see. And they got a patent over it. I don't see AW or anybody else going to Saudi Arabia. Now they do have an event all in what was it, Webley, whatever, London. They do have an event, but it's not Saudi Arabia. Ain't nobody going over there with WWE. They got a lock on that, and
Right.
It's huge because that demographic, you catch all the Saudi Arabia people. And that's one of the reasons why, what's that dude named Jinder Mahal? That's why he won a belt because that's when they first started doing Saudi Arabia. He wanted to help, he was the Middle Eastern guy. He helped market the brand with that title. That's why he won. And he ain't been nowhere near the WWE title since then. He was there to be used. That's why he won
Yep.
the belt.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, WCW, man, they had it all. Like you said, they just didn't have the right promotion, marketing, and then you had that doof, Eric Bischoff, who don't know what the hell he doing. I don't agree with him as a booker. He's not a good manager.
No.
He's not good. He's overrated. All he did was put NWO together. That's the best thing he probably could ever did. But he didn't do nothing else. He's terrible. Paul Heyman's way better than him. They always say
Yeah.
Eric Bischoff. Eric Bischoff's terrible. Then you had what WCW messed up too. You got wrestlers as the bookers. You had Kevin Nash, Hulk Hogan. All these guys were backstage making creative control decisions, and that's messed them up too. Because Hulk Hogan had creative control over his whole character. That's why he pulled the same backstage politics in WWE did over there. They let him do that. And Kevin Nash had booking over there. Why is Kevin Nash in booking? He's a wrestler. Why is he doing that?
Right.
Why is Hulk Hogan a booker? He's a full-time wrestler. Let bookers book. Let the wrestlers wrestle. And AEW's doing that now with the Young Bucks and Omega. Stop doing that.
That's a fact. They messing up the house money right now as we speak.
Yeah. Why you got full-time wrestlers as bookers? If they're gonna be a booker, they cannot wrestle like that or be part-time or retired. That's not fair. You're playing both sides of the fence. You can't do that. That's why the
Yeah.
companies go down because these guys, these egos.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's the problem WCW ran into. Because you remember WCW not only had nights, they had WCW Thunder, and that
Yep.
was a shit show. That was a shit show. That
Yeah.
went down the drain quick. That didn't
Yep.
last at all. It was trying to compete with SmackDown. No,
Oh,
no.
SmackDown literally came in and laid the SmackDown.
Yeah,
Literally.
man. Thunder ain't no SmackDown. Y'all crazy? That was saying WCW, it's like they gave up. They was trying anything. I mean, if you guys remember that after David Arquette was the WCW champion, and I still can't get that out of my head. How do you make an actor the damn champion? I don't get that. That's why they lost. That's why WCW was a joke.
Yeah.
That's why it became a joke. And
Yeah.
then y'all, yeah,
You're right. You're right about that. That is a huge thing that separated the WCW from the WWF is that you literally had basically three forms of management. You had the
yep,
executive, which is Vince. You had the corporation, the people that wrote the storylines, and then you had the wrestlers, the characters. And WWF, even to this day, they still take full advantage of working that machine because you got to get creative with it. You can't just be WCW. Just what I mean. Like these dudes are on steroids. How creative could they be? You know what I mean? Like,
can't be. It's terrible.
psh,
Um, that's why I improve it at. I said, why are you guys bookers? What do you know about booking? You think because your character did so well in another promotion, you could book yourself again? No, that's not how that works. And
yeah,
and then you had the biggest egomaniac Hulk Hogan over it, if anything. That was a huge mistake. And it's not a fluke because he did the same thing in TNA. That's why TNA went down the drain because him and Bischoff came over there. I said, why y'all keep bringing these guys these companies? These guys are cancers, bro. That's why I don't like Hulk Hogan. He does not help the rest of it. He hurts the business. He hurts it. He don't help it at all. And I just hope AEW don't go down that road because I like AEW. They got good storylines over there. I don't want them young bucks. I'm sorry, the elite they call it to ruin that. Don't get them out of that road. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? They already had a fight with CM Punk at the what? The media scrum. We can't have that again because you're gonna make that come go down the drain. Because WCW lost a lot of money when they started doing that stupid shit. They lost a lot of money. That's why they went bankrupt. Their ratings went down, everything. And then when they got desperate, they put the belt on Booker T. I'm like, he should have been won that belt. You want to do it out of desperation? And even Goodbray, we talked about it. He pointed that out to me. It was out of desperation that Booker T won that belt.
Yep. It's still mind boggling to this day when you think about the fact that WCW is out of business. Like to this day, still. Like,
That's
Yeah,
a fact, though. Yo, and hold on, real quick. Side note: I
yeah.
can't stand y'all, man. I was eating potato chips, man. God damn, yo.
The bell
Joe,
said. The bell said. The bell pointed it out. It's the bell fault.
you know what I
See
you
what you
mean?
know,
mean?
They know
you know,
me now. They know me. Yo, KDH gave him the signal. KDH do him the
yeah,
signal, yo. He knew.
yeah. Because I be because Goodbray would be like me now. We'll be talking, and then Goodbray just turns off the camera and he's silent. I'm like, what? Yeah, man, he gotta be eating. He don't say nothing. He don't say, hey, man, I'm giving me be back, man. He just be gone. I'm like, I bet you he's eating, bro. He gotta be eating something. He be
Yeah.
gone. Like, what's going on?
Yo, but Joe, you know what's crazy? Because now we know that this is a fire live, bro. Because KDH pointed something out to me, and I had to go back and look at it. Some of the best live streams on YouTube has been when I slid off to go get a little
Eat.
munching.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm
yeah,
telling you,
man.
man.
Yeah. Well, thing about it is, man, I see a lot of these wrestling channels. I respect it, much, respect them for what they do, the work they put in. But I gotta keep it a buck, man. These guys come on here, they talk the same stuff I do, and it's like they're reading a script. It's like they're a robot. Well, I have read this report about Hulk Hogan. He had this, he had. I'm like, what are you talking about? He had did this allegation. He had this going on.
Yo,
He did not want him to win the title. I was saying, why do these guys sound like robots? Hulk Hogan did not want him to win because of this. He did not want him to win because of that. And I said, I can't listen to some of these channels, bro. This is not real. This is like you reading the scriptures or robotic. That's my
Yeah.
opinion. I didn't like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's because the passion, you know what I mean? The passion is not there. They're just doing it just to try to get a channel, get some numbers. You know what I mean? Like if I it's like me with music. You know what I mean? Like when I listen to music, I'm listening to more than just the lyrics. I'm trying to see what kind of 808 is that? What kind of snare drum is that? Like I mean, I've had conversations where I've talked to people for hours just about like instrumentation. Like, oh, like what made you switch up stuff like you gotta be interested in like you just gotta be interested in it. You know what I mean? It can't just be something
right.
that you're trying to do just to
Every
get, you know what I
everything is a
mean?
craft. Everything is a craft.
Exactly.
You gotta just own your craft. And sometimes it come with doing the research. Sometimes it come with stopping the action and actually equipping the knowledge. You know what I mean? Learn and then you earn with everything though. Learn and then remove the L.
Well,
Yeah.
there were times I watched promos over and over to make sure I had their cadence right and what how they did it and how they were telling the story. That's how I know my stuff because I watched it over and over, and I would even rewind to see how would the certain reaction go if someone say something to it. I want to see how they initially react. That's how I go back into the promos, the segments, whatever, because it's important. They tell the story. And then, like I said, I read these guys. I said, these guys ain't into this. Like Zone said, they here just for the channel. They here for the money. They just reading off a script. I feel like they were literally reading off a script. I said, there's no way. I said, dude, I can't even follow what you're saying because it sounds like you were put up to this. It's like
Yeah.
someone put you up to say, "Hey, read this right now," and get in that camera, and read it, and I said, "I can't, bro." I mean, and it's a whole bunch of them like that. So that's just me, and I can't. Like I said, I'm gonna do my own thing, and that's what y'all gotta do. Do your own channel, put in the work, do your research, like Good Brett said, and know what you're talking about. Do not be coming on these panels saying, I know about everything about this wrestler, and you don't know nothing about him. You're going to get clowned, especially in this day and age. You will get roasted. And I'm gonna guarantee you that. And if I see you come on my panel talking all this garbage, I'm gonna roast you myself. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? You don't even know who you
Right.
are. I will roast you personally to make sure you don't come back and embarrass yourself like that no more. So that's all I tell people: just know your stuff and do the work. You
Yep.
know, being such, you gotta literally study and all this stuff. You gotta study it. Now, when I went to Monday Night Raw's great event, I went live, but it was work though. I had to upload and do my work. It was work still. I did
Mm-hmm.
like the show, but I couldn't enjoy the way I wanted to because you got to do the work. You got to be into the show. You got to see how people react. You got to see how they come out to the entrance. All the wrestling is a story. It's all a story, and I got to learn how that story goes and what story will go next.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And as many, you know, as many, I mean, black dudes that was wrestling, hardcore wrestling fans back in the day, like, what I mean, we should have somebody that should be able to, what I mean, put their spin on it. I mean, somebody that looks like us because, what I mean, just like we like basketball, just like we like football, we were heavy into wrestling as well. So,
Yeah,
and like I heard you say one time, like, it's not really a lot of brothers that, they kind of they'll go with the mainstream sports, like, the
right.
NBA, but it's a lot of material, you know, with wrestling. A lot. So you struck gold with, you know, you have infinite material. Like I can't even.
Yeah,
That's a fact,
it's
bro. This is a wrestling has always been a ongoing sitcom. No repeats. You can't even find a repeat. It's never gonna repeat. You're never gonna. That means no reruns. It's
you
always
know
new. It's always fresh. It's always, and I
you,
mean,
you
it's
know
ongoing.
you know what's crazy, Zone? I be saying to myself, you know what? I ain't gonna upload another day. I'm like, I'm gonna take a break. And then I get on my phone, I see some. I said, "Oh, I gotta put this out right now." That's how much it is infinite, and I don't even want to do it, but I have to do it. I'm like, "No, I ain't want to do this, man." I said I was gonna chill, and sometimes I'll be out and I'll be thinking, I'm like, "Man, I remember when this promo happened. Hey, man, I'm gonna put that out right now. I remember when that happened. I'm gonna look some up, and it hits me like that.
Yeah,
I don't even want to do it. I'm like, man, that shit thought should never came my head that quick. I said I wasn't gonna do nothing, and I ended up spending the next 2 3 hours putting up stuff. So it happens. That's just how it is. Wrestling's like soap opera, like Good Brett says. Soap opera is 24/7, especially now in the summer. It's pretty much no off season. And basketball, football, y'all got an off season. You know what I'm saying? And then, I mean, yeah, you got what the off-season trades and acquisitions, but it's no activity going on. And then too, I mean, I said this before, the stupid NBA is political. I don't like it like I used to. I used to love the NBA. Next to the wrestling, I don't know more. It's all Vegas pretty much. It's a setup to who's gonna win. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? It's all politics. You got what Adam Silver, he's behind it. It was David Stern, they all into it. Yeah, people can say it's not, but it is. It's all a setup. And
Yeah,
I
that
saw,
referee. Hold on, Katie. It's that referee Donahue. He messed it up for me. That was it
yeah,
for me.
that's the cricket one that went to prison. You know how I knew it was fixed, good bread? The 2006 NBA Finals. How in the hell is Miami down 0-2 against Dallas? I mean, 0-2, they about to get almost eliminated. Dwayne Wade comes out, have a monster game. And if you remember that series, he went to free throw line like what? I think he had more free throws by himself than the whole Dallas Mavericks team. And I was like, I never saw this before. Everybody saying this is great, this is history, Dwayne Wade's on a level. No, it was fixed. They wanted Miami to win that series, and that was in '06. When is that? That's what, 15 some years ago. I knew then, I said, this mess is getting political, man. This
Man,
ain't about,
listen. Word to
yeah.
the word to the jersey on your wall. My man know Sac was supposed to win that, and Portland was supposed to beat them. Yo, word up.
And you know what? I ain't gonna hold you. I love the Lakers now. You see the jersey. I like Kobe and Shaq. Even after Shaq left, I like Lakers. But Sacramento got screwed. I will admit that. Sacramento got played. They should have beat the Lakers in '02. They got screwed. I ain't
Facts.
gonna, they got screwed.
You
Same with
know,
Portland.
another big crazy screw job was when what year was that when Kaepernick went to the Super Bowl versus the Ravens?
What's that,
Um
16, 15, 16, something like
Something
that?
like and remember because remember Kaepernick was he was putting it on the Ravens like he was
Yeah.
out there looking like Superman, and then all of a sudden what happened? The lights go out, and then next
Yeah.
thing you know, the Ravens they got time to take a rest, and then the lights came back on, and it was like San Francisco wasn't even there.
Yeah.
Facts. I knew the NFL was a whole sham when
Yeah.
Hurricane Katrina
Yeah.
came around and messed up
Oh,
New Orleans. Shout out to my
no.
guy BT. He didn't make it tonight, but then
Yeah,
they
he was,
turned around
yeah.
and the Saints won the Super Bowl that year. Man, I
Oh
said,
yeah,
oh hell no.
yeah.
Yeah, that was in '09 against the Colts. You saw against the Colts. They played at Indianapolis. I remember that year.
Against
Um,
her on fire Peyton Manning. Peyton
yeah,
Manning was
on
going
fire.
crazy.
Oh, Super Bowl 50. Speaking of Peyton Manning, Super
Yeah.
Bowl 50 definitely. You're going against and it's my team, so I'm always defend them. I don't care what nobody say. You're going against the Carolina Panthers team that lost
Oh
one
yeah.
game to the Atlanta Falcons in Atlanta. Um, because we had to lose. Like if we didn't lose that last game, we were definitely gonna lose the Super Bowl because you cannot just have it was just way too much in their mind that they have this perfect season, and here we go with the last game. You're gonna lose that game. So it was good that Atlanta kicked our ass in Atlanta. And then you had Peyton Manning that was on all kind of HGH and all of this kind of stuff, could barely
Yeah.
throw the ball, and Cam Newton was at the best that he had ever been. We had the best defense in the league, and Cam, everybody's fumbling, and
You don't
Denver
find
comes.
that suspicious?
That
You
Man,
sounds
don't
very,
find that
that was.
very
suspicious?
And then Cam gets his $100 million contract extension the next season, and is basically garbage until he gets to the Patriots, where they started out 6-0, and then mysteriously he catches COVID, and now he
yeah.
can't. I'm
That's what I'm
like,
talking about, man. That's what I'm talking
bullshit.
about. That's what I'm talking about. I can't watch those sports anymore. And me and Big Red talked about this. If I'm gonna watch something that's some political fix, I might as well watch the scripted wrestling program. I'm better off watching that because at least I'm getting my money's worth, my time. I don't want to watch this NFL, especially NBA. Come on, man. Everyone knew that championship at 20, the bubble title, is because Kobe died. Come on, man. Everybody knows that. Lakers not supposed to
Yeah,
win that year. Everybody knows that.
yeah.
Miami could have beat them. Miami was giving it to Lakers. I saw clips of that series. I said, wait a minute. Jimmy Butler, that's when he started getting the playoff Jimmy. That's how he got that nickname. It was that
Yeah,
year.
yeah. And then I'm gonna say this one thing about Cam in those years. After they lose Super Bowl 50, Cam comes back to the Panthers, and you tell him that he can't run the ball. What he's been doing the entire time. After that, like
Yeah, I forgot about that.
I lost my taste.
Yeah. And then when I did decide, like, you know what, let me give a little shot to the NFL. my boy Michael Vick, what they did to Vick, and now you just reminded me of that when you told me they put the gag order on Cam and his running, and that type of quarterback running. That mean it's like, nah, I can't with the NFL. I will not with the NFL, bro. I will not.
Facts, man. That pissed me off. That pissed me off. There is no
I,
there is no way that Carolina should not have a ring when you had Cam Newton there for a decade.
Yeah,
No
it
way.
is no way that Michael Vick should have been dragged the way he was dragged when we have these prominent elites that are high and heavy into horse racing. And when you
yup.
dig into horse racing and what they put them horses through, bro, bruh, bruh, like, but that's a whole nother topic.
Yeah, it is. Like Zone said, I forgot about the Carolina thing. Now, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that the year Cam won MVP the same year? Didn't he win MVP that
Yes.
same season?
Yep.
Yeah, he was on fire. I remember that season. That's when Cam was at his peak. That was the MVP year. I don't
I'm
remember. I
saying.
said that's his MVP year, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
he's
then and then they come back, and then he got hurt, but then once he got good again, they like, well, you can't run the ball, and then he goes to New England, and then we see that the first two games, I'm like, is this 2014 Cam? And then 6 games in, 6-0,
got
and
COVID. Yeah,
yeah, and then
I remember
that was
that.
just, I'm like, yo, something's up with this. They just don't want him to win it the way that he looks. You know what I mean? He got dreads and
Yep.
you know, it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. They said that Roger, what's his name, the commissioner, says he's the highest paid commissioner of all sports. I did not know that till maybe 3, 4 years ago. He gets more paid than any other commissioner. Roger Goodell, I believe his name. I was
Dang.
like, man, yeah, he gets broke off. He gets paid more than NBA and the MLB. But yeah, all that stuff's fixed. The Super Bowl's definitely fixed, and I can't watch that no more. It's not exciting. And we don't get to NBA Finals. Like I said, NBA Finals is a whole nother story. I mean, no, nah.
Yeah.
And if like I said, I
Beezy
like
Beezy said that Savage was his favorite, man. Savage made the list tonight too. Savage definitely made the list.
Savage was number. What was he number? 8, 7, 9, 8 or
Something like
something.
that.
Yeah, he was at the top. But yeah, Savage always will be a legend. Yeah, I can't put no list without Savage. That's why I had to add Harley Race as well. I say he's another legend that I had to add. You guys done too much for the industry. And I looked at that. I gave it consideration. Now, honorable mentions I will add is, of course, you could add Stone Cold in there. You can add a few other guys. Stone Cold will be honorable mention.
Ric
Oh,
Flair,
that's
man. You play my
Flair.
boy Ric Flair. Well, it's so much. It's like it's a lot of wrestlers though, man.
Ric Flair. Ric Flair, I'm gonna add. Ric Flair did a lot for the industry. I'll add Sting for what he.
Yeah.
Sting's a legend, man. He's a
Yeah.
legend. I know I know he's should be fully retired, but he's still hanging in there. I tell you how they did him. Dusty Rhodes, I even do an honorable mention. Dusty Rhodes had a
Bruno San Martino,
yes. Bruno is in there. It's a lot of great
Andre
people.
the Giant. Gotta mention him because a lot of the older wrestling fans, they was drawn to wrestling because of that man, Andre the Giant, bro.
His name, yes. I hate to be honest, wrestling. His matches weren't that great, but I know what you mean. Yes. We all mentioned to Andre the Giant because he wrestled Hogan, obviously, and he wrestled other guys. So his name's in there. Like I said, there's some honorable mentions.
Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels, I will throw in there. Even though he's one of the lowest drawing champions of all time, I have to throw that in there. When he
Good
was
point.
champion in the 90s, the tickets were low,
Yeah,
very
good.
low.
You said
And that's
he's one
the
of the what?
lowest drawing champions of all time.
Mm, interesting.
Basically, when
But
you
you
go
got to
to a
remember, he was around that 94 ish where it was
yeah,
transitioning,
big
where
show. Yeah.
WWE lost a lot of money and they was down to
You're on
their
trial.
last, and you know what I mean,
Um, like I said, Shawn Michaels, other than that, yes, he's good. Of course, I mean, great, of course, obviously. I would add his name in there. I like Kane. I may have throw Kane name in there because the longevity.
definitely though
Kane had
Kane, the
that
impact. Kane
longevity.
single handedly helped the Undertaker evolve into the characters he was
Yeah,
able to evolve in.
Yep, that's a
yeah. So
fact.
I like Kane. And you know Kane's the most pleasant guy in the whole wrestling business. No one ever talks negative about. Everybody has something to say about Kane. No one ever dogs him out. Every time you Kane name, Kane is great. He's great. No one ever say anything bad about him.
See,
People
and
don't
that's
talk.
one thing about WWE. They got the most team players. The damn if the companies sometimes be going left. They had out of the staff, the team. It's team chemistry. It's team orientated. Whereas their opponent normally be selfish. Like you see the WCWs, the AEWs. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say it. AEW. They led by some selfish individuals there. This is why they got
Yes.
the problems that they have over there.
You
Yep.
know who I'm gonna
And
add? Who I'm gonna throw in there as honorable mentions? Viscera. We're gonna throw Viscera in there.
you mean Big Daddy V?
You saw the crickets. Did you hear the crickets, yo? You know Zone would it wouldn't be Zone. Zone wouldn't be Zone on the stream if he didn't throw in one of those troll comments right there. God damn it!
Big
How
Daddy.
Bell say? How Bell say? God damn it, yo!
I'm
How?
not even calling him. He was Big Daddy V. That was his name. He was Big Daddy V. You don't
Oh
name that?
yeah.
He
Yeah.
Nah,
said, "Oh yeah." He
I'm
didn't
just
even remember. He didn't even
nah. I ain't remember that. Nah, I'm just playing though. Viscera is not on any. He should not be on anybody's honorable
Yeah,
mentions. Go
we
back and
talked
look at
about him
his finishing
earlier though.
move.
He was almost the right. Ain't that the king? Ain't that the
That's Mabel. You know his name
Mabel,
got
right? Yeah, he was almost the king of the ring. He was almost the champion though, but he was injuring
yeah.
niggas left
We're
and
talking
right.
about the big black dude, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
from the
All
Men
right.
on a Mission. They was in the Men on a Mission tag team.
One of the most rainbow finishing moves I ever seen.
Ever seen?
I mean, I
Oh
don't
my
even think that's
god.
the same thing right now. Yeah. Yeah. First he was Mabel. Then he was Viscera. Then he's Big Daddy V. I'm like, dude, how many times they gonna change your name? And every time I saw him, his ass got bigger. Every time I saw him, he got bigger. I'm like, dude,
I,
you have to stop doing weight, bro.
I mean,
Every
you
time.
know, word around town, word around the water cooler is that Vince just was able to. He his infatuation with the big man, and then he was the big black man who just took the low paying salary, the big dummy.
Oh, I forgot 5,000. It's John Cena, too. How can we
Oh,
forget him?
facts.
You're
Hell
right,
yeah.
5,000. Dang, 5,000 be
Hell,
all over, man.
man,
But yeah, yeah, John Cena.
disrespectful to
That's all
John.
bad. Red Carpet Rain made a mistake. We forgot to leave him out, leader of Cena Nation. But yes, of course, John Cena, the 16-time world champion. We cannot leave him out.
Yes, we
You know,
can. We can leave him out because he beat The Rock. We can leave John Cena out.
See what happens, Cena, when you wear a dress? When you get caught in the dress, man, we just forget all about you, boy. But nah,
yeah,
see,
what happened? Here's the thing, Joe. Everybody beat The Rock, though. A lot of people beat The Rock, though. Even Mick Foley beat The Rock.
that,
Screw
that
them
You know
that's
all.
what make The Rock so great because The
Screw
Rock
them
never
all.
he never took his character. He never took his character like how everybody else took their character. So clutchy. Like he will put you over. The Rock put
He
people
didn't put
over.
anybody on. He even lost to the Hurricane on a Raw. A Raw. So you don't like Hurricane either, then, because Hurricane beat him too.
Screw him. Screw him too.
The
And
hurricane.
he's not the hurricane. He's the tornado. I'm downgrading him. He's the tornado. You don't even deserve to be called a hurricane. Get out of here.
Yeah, that was crazy. They was wilding with that, yo. That's like what's his name? The chin dude. What's his name? What's his name, man? God damn, yo. God damn it. No, the dude that was with Carmella. Elmsworth.
Oh, James
Ellsworth.
Ellsworth. James
Yeah.
Ellsworth. Yeah, he goofy too. Yeah, man.
Goofy.
Yeah. Now we got Backlash tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be able to stream. Maybe working. I don't know. I'm gonna try to stream. I'll give you guys an update on my posts. I want to stream it, but we got 3 events this month. We got Backlash tomorrow. We got Night Champions on the 27th, Memorial Day weekend, and 28th, the day after, is Double Nothing, AEW Double Nothing. Now you know that tournament is gonna crown new WWE World Heavyweight Champion. I don't know if you guys thoughts on that, who you think is going to win, or who do you want to win, but that's going to be later this month. I don't know if you got, I would like Cody Rhodes to win. I don't want Blouse Man to win that, but they're going to give it to Blouse Man or Finn Balor. Not Blouse Man. Do not give it.
Seth Rollins, he talking about guys.
Seth Blouse Man going to win the title, and I'm going to be upset if saying that stupid song over and over and over. I'm like, dude, man, this is getting too much, man. Your character's all over the place, bro. And
I
then
don't get that.
he think it's cool to wear that blouse to the ring. I'm like, you have any kind of masculine left in you, bro? You cool with this? And I told Gilbert this the other day. I said, I bet he trained his like Red Pill. He trained his masculinity so he can win the world title. Seth Rollins, if you wear his blouse, you can win the world title. Just wear this blouse, man. Just sing this stupid song. Oh, bro. And then we'll put the title on you. And if he does, I'm going to call that out. I said, that's what he did to win the world title. He had to train his masculinity for it.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. You're not going.
That's crazy,
I
man.
would never do that. I don't care how much money, like, cause that stuff is for. It's like, yeah, okay, I got the championship, but you're still gonna be known for wearing a blouse. At the end of the day, the internet is forever. You know what I mean? Like, no.
Right.
And,
I
and
mean,
then another,
and you would think WWE started their vote and their capsule of recordings way back. Like, so it's all recorded. This is all like, it's not going anywhere. It's not gonna go anywhere.
yeah, man. I used to like Seth Rollins, man. He was my second favorite member of Shield. Now you the last one, bro. You at the bottom now. After that, you the last one. It's Roman. It's Roman Reigns, John Moxley. Now you at the bottom. Oh no, I don't like him now, man. And then another thing too, he's a hell of a son. He be getting emotional every time he'll get his way. He likes to argue people on Twitter. He be going back and forth with you. Steph Ross is a hell of a son, man. And I'm gonna say that he's a hell of a son because he was raised by a stepfather, I believe, and he took his stepfather's last name. That's not no kind of guy he is. He's a hell
Yeah,
of a son.
he can't take criticism. He can't take criticism, and it's sad when you're a star and you get mega money, bro. You who the hell with what the hell people say and people think, bro. You ain't got to be on Twitter replying to everybody.
He applies to everything. If we say something to him now, still want to argue with us, bro. That's the kind of guy he is, and I'm
Yeah,
like, no.
he probably
Yeah.
watching right now. He about to say drop the link. He about to say,
I'll drop it. Hey, that's gonna help my channel. Several man. Come on over here then. Come
That's
on over here,
crazy,
bro.
man. You on Twitter talking to man,
Yeah.
man.
I
Twitter,
just
that's the worst one. Like,
yeah, it
cause
is.
you can go on for you can go on arguing with somebody for years on Twitter.
that's a fact.
That thread
I
ain't never
heard
gonna stop.
I heard continue. My thing is you got a wife that calls herself the man. I mean, how can you be okay
Oh,
with that? How can you be okay with that saying, is this your wife? Yes, she calls herself the man. Aren't you the man? Oh no, you wearing a blouse. You're not the man, so she's the man. I was gonna say, how can you be okay with that? You
Uh,
cool with that? I
Yo,
mean,
guys, before I wrap it on up and I gotta get on out of here, I just wanted to ask y'all something because we went over the fellas. We ain't say nothing about the ladies now, guys. Look, what's your top three ladies? Just top three ladies in the industry then, now, and for the future. Your top three ladies.
you want to go first, on?
uh, I don't really care about the ladies, but for
That's some real.
discussions,
That's real. wrestling dude shit right there. On some low key shit though, that's some real
Yeah,
wrestling dude shit. I just try to add it in. I try to mix it in and shit.
But for conversation's sake, I'll just give
right,
you three.
Right.
right.
China, um, Jacqueline,
Mm,
and and um and we'll go with Trish Stratus. Uh,
okay.
uh, uh.
Okay. Let me see. I would say, I'm trying to think. I would say, I guess we'll do, and this is any three. I would say Miss Elizabeth. She's a pillar. I'll put her name in there. She's one. I will put AJ Lee. She's
Mm,
two. And the third one, I would say, because she is that girl, Charlotte Flair. She's talent. I'm talking about looks now. She's that chick. I will give Charlotte Flair the third one.
it's crazy because I'm gonna have to duplicate. My list gonna be duplicated with yours. I would just replace Charlotte with China from Zone List, and then
Okay.
that's my list right there. But I definitely love AJ. Man,
Oh,
AJ Lee, she revolutionized it. She took it from this girls rip the clothes off era to girls actually can wrestle. Like girls can actually fit in a storyline and fight.
yeah, and I like this, and I like that anymore because you can't, you days. I think them days you couldn't take your kids to see them match because the women was doing the panty matches, the
The
bed
slip
bucket
and slide. They was
slip
doing
and
the slip
slide.
and
You can't take
slide,
your
let it
kids to see
ride
that.
match and
Yeah,
shit.
that's inappropriate. So I'm glad they got away from that, and just went to what the rest like it is now. So I'm not tripping off that. They don't do that no more. It didn't do nothing. It doesn't. It's not good to take kids to see that. You gotta tell your kids we can't go see that. It's crazy stuff. Or close your eyes. I gotta close your eyes and all that crap. So
No, let them see. Let them see. I'm just kidding.
Yo, Ricky Steamboat is definitely an honorable mention, bro. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat is definitely an honorable
I
mention.
mentioned him earlier. I thought I mentioned Ricky Steamboat. I said
Yeah,
he had. Man, he had for honorable mention. Maybe that's
yeah,
for
yeah,
honorable.
yeah. We didn't put him in an honorable mention, but we did bring him up. We did bring him up with the
Piper too.
Macho Man conversation.
Don't forget Piper. You gotta add Piper too. Roddy Piper.
Definitely Roddy Piper,
Yeah,
because
Roddy.
every good guy, Hulk Hogan wouldn't have been as great of a good guy without an enemy, without a bad guy, and Piper was that era's bad guy. He definitely was a great bad guy.
Roddy's the best heel of all. I mean, the top heel of all time. It has to be Roddy. Then you
Yes,
do Randy Orton and Triple H. Roddy he's the first big heel. So I gotta put his name up there. He's the first big heel.
that's
When
a
he
fact.
Yeah, he smashed that coconut over what's name head. So yeah,
And yeah, they still talking about that. Like they still talking about that. And then you got to remember he also was the first one to really blur the lines with the blackface in the WWE. Remember when
yeah,
he had his feud with Bad News Brown and he painted half his body black and then the other half he left
I
regular.
heard that.
Yeah,
I heard that. Yeah, like I said, I don't know what your guys' predictions on the whole champions tournament. I don't know who you guys got to win the belt. I told you who I don't want to win the belt, who should win, but I don't know who you guys got for that. That's coming up. It's gonna be in a few weeks. But like I said, I'm gonna try to do backlash tomorrow. It's not a guarantee. Let you guys know. We are supreme here at the red carpet ring. So I'm gonna try to do that for y'all, but it's still two other events this month if I can't get to backlash. That's why I'm trying to celebrate this 500 with you guys tonight. It's already late, and we are going to end this very shortly. But anybody got any questions, concerns in the comment section below? If there's anything y'all want to know that we haven't touched yet, besides 5,000 giving us comments every 5 seconds, besides him, anybody else besides 5,000 getting all these comments? Yeah, he got Coco B. Wade, Bruce Beefcake, Sasha Banks. Hey man, Sasha got rated by the way. No, Becky Lynch, she's overrated. Them women are overrated to me, 5,000. They overrated. Bruce Beefcake, okay, and Kobe Beware, okay. But other than that, though, I don't know if you guys got your thoughts for night champions coming up. I don't know if they gonna win the World Time Zone tournament coming up. The Triple H did a press conference today about it. I don't know who you guys thinking about may win.
Man, I don't have any thoughts on that right now. Um, I have to
Okay.
look into that and see what's going on.
Yeah, the tournament's gonna be on May 27th.
Cody, man. Cody, definitely. Cody. It's gonna come down between Cody and Seth Rollins. And
Oh,
I'm thinking Cody gonna beat him. Cody gonna
I
beat him.
I'll go with Cody. I'll go with Cody.
Yes, I want to win. But everybody's saying Seth Rollins gonna be a favorite to win. I don't like
They
that.
can't
Not
screw over Cody. They're not gonna be able to screw.
Vegas, man,
Co-
win.
Cody took a back seat to Roman for a reason because he got a promise. He got a promise that he knew that these belts was gonna be made. That's why he was able to take the L to Roman at WrestleMania. You know what I mean? And everybody wins in the end. You know what I mean? It was great television, but Seth, it's no need for Seth to hold the title right now. Seth's character and what they got doing with him, they need to go somewhere with that shit. They need to they need to put him on vacation remote. Facts, bro.
And then my thing is Cody can't face Roman anymore 'cause they're on two different shows. Cody got drafted to Raw, not SmackDown, so he has to face for that title.
And
He
then and
cannot
then
face him. Yeah.
and, and then we kind of forgetting about Brock Lesnar. Like, I mean, tomorrow can make everything a more clearer. You know what I mean? If Brock
Yeah.
beats Cody tomorrow, then we could be looking at a Brock versus Seth joint. And then I'm sorry to say, Seth might win that.
Oh God. Oh no. He already beat Brock before. Why you gotta beat him again? He beat him for a world title before. That's
Yeah,
for the Universal belt.
that's a
Why?
fact.
YMCA.
Trying to say it though. Yeah.
He cannot win that match tomorrow. Oh
Oh
yeah,
man.
we forget about Oscar Bianca. Now those two I do like, Jessica. Yes, I like Bianca and Oscar. I like both those women too. Very talented.
Definitely. Great honorable mention when it comes to the
Yeah,
ladies'
we
side.
did
Word.
already mention Dutch Savage. Who the hell is that? Who's Dutch Savage? I don't know who that is. 5,000. I don't know. I'm
Who,
not familiar.
Savage?
Is that
Dutch Savage.
Oh, Dutch
Who?
Savage. Oh yeah. That's a little too rich for my blood. Oh, I told you, OG, you be getting too
Hey,
rich for my
man,
blood
Oh
sometimes.
yeah, that's an underground rapper. That's an
it's
underground wrestler.
he's rapping 5,000. Johnny Eagle. Hey man,
That's before all of our times.
way back. Way back.
1935.
Yeah, he went
Shoot.
1935. Damn. Come
He
on,
must
bro.
be
Come
the Buddy Rogers fella. Man,
that,
That's back when the bell was what in he was what in first grade
I was in.
back in them days.
I'll be goddamn. Sheesh.
We like
Damn,
who the
yo.
hell is
Who,
Dutch
who did that nigga
Savage?
fight? God, that,
Yeah,
that
I
nigga
gotta look
fought
at those names.
Moses.
Man.
That nigga Dutch fought. He fought Moses. Like who?
Oh
Oh,
god.
oh my God. I gotta look those names up, 5,000. You throwing these 1800 BC wrestlers at me that I never heard of before Christ or AD after death type wrestlers.
Nah,
I
I
never
heard
heard.
of Johnny Eagle sounds. He sounds familiar.
Okay.
He sounds like one of he had a kid that I might know, well, that we might know. We sleeping right now. But Johnny Eagle, I remember Johnny Eagle. He might have been a manager. I remember him being a manager. Like I probably
Okay.
Trish Stratus. Yeah.
Yeah,
She's here
Joe
eight.
mentioned her. Joe
She
mentioned Trish Stratus.
yeah,
He mentioned her.
she's in a storyline right now, right? She's back. She's in the
Yeah,
storyline
she
right
was
now.
Becky Lynch. She just saw
Yeah.
Becky Lynch. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. But other than that, though, I'm gonna end it. We're gonna call it. It's a great stream. I thank everybody coming out. Thank you, two brothers coming up on this panel. This is the first stream I've done that was a non-pay-per-view or PLE event. It was a straight panel. We need to do more of these. We could do predictions. We could do top female wrestlers or top heels, top baby faces. However we do it, we definitely gotta do this again. Thank you guys for coming out. I know it's getting late. Well, made for me good right now zone. He's in the early time zone. Lucky guy. But yeah. But but you guys got anything y'all want to add to the stream before we end this here?
Man, this was just fun. This was a nice break from what I normally do. And yeah, man, we got to do more of these, man. I really had enjoyed my Friday night, man. This was dope. This was dope, KDH, man. I'm proud of you. Keep doing
Hey,
your thing. Like I said, you one of the realest people that I met that ever told me I'm doing a YouTube channel. A lot of people come to me like I'm doing a YouTube channel, and I'd be like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I even hit you with that shit, like, yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
But then,
yeah,
but then when you hit me back the very like the next day with the yo, I got this. You was like,
yep.
yo,
Ready, man. I said I'm ready, man. What I
right,
need to
son.
do,
Yo,
I'm ready.
I said you get the StreamYard. He can't call me back the next day. He had the StreamYard. Then as we were working with the StreamYard, he was doing it through the fucking tablet. So I'm like, bro, you gotta share the screen. You gonna have so as everything I'm saying, he's just soaking in all of the game. Like he's not getting all triggered and shit. You know what I mean? You know how I talk, like so I talk like how I talk, and he just soaking in the game. And then next day he's like, yo, I got a laptop. I'm like, wait a minute though, bro. I thought you was gonna work on getting a laptop. When he say he working on something, he mean he finna execute that shit within the next 5 minutes. So
Mm-hmm.
that's that. Once I seen that, and I was like, you know what? Let me put him on to the YouTube game, and then he started teaching me shit. Then it was just like one hand washing the other. We both washed the face, and it was up from there, man. Like I said, man, you finna pass. You know what I mean? You finna pass a lot of these YouTubers because what they don't understand is it's hard work, bro, but it's no instant gratification. Don't be looking for something tomorrow. Put the work in today and let it sit, let it marinate, and you'll reap the benefits in the long run. YouTube is a long run game. It's a
Yeah,
long run. Abundance. It's nothing, you can't have this scarcity mindset, bro.
no doubt about it. You are spot on 100%. Everything you just said. You got to put in the work. It will pay off in the long run. You'll get your due, being monetized and everything in the future, but you gotta put in the work. And I'll be tired. I'll be doing my work plus this, try to work out the gym, all that. And it's hard doing all that. Luckily, I got a gym near me. I can work out. I ain't work out today, and I normally do work out. And I like doing that in the morning, but sometimes work needs to be done in the morning. I gotta get to this channel. Something happens, boom. So you just gotta make a sacrifice. Hey, I guess I ain't working out today. I'll work out tomorrow. But then I go to your channel and Palmer. Go to Couch Gang. I try to listen to that when I can. And okay, Izzy his channel. I zoom on his channel as well. But it's hard, man, doing YouTube. Tell you much, you gotta have time when you have to do this stuff. You can't be doing this and you preoccupied with everything. It's gonna be very difficult, man. I can say that much, man. If you don't have the time to invest, it's not gonna work. I would definitely say that. If you got a woman, a lady who don't let you do your thing, and it's not gonna work. I can promise you that it's not gonna work. If you got a woman that's under your nose every 5 minutes, it ain't gonna work. I'm
That's a
sorry.
fact, yo. YouTube's definitely a single man's sport, bro. I mean,
Yeah,
unless you're in a relationship with a real one. But you'll
yeah.
know. Your results will show.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. If you ain't got a woman like Miss Goodbread, it ain't gonna work. You SOL pretty much at that point.
Cheat
So
code. That's the cheat code right there on the low.
I have
Yeah,
that. I have a woman like her, and this man ain't just exaggerating saying I got it. And he really does have that. He ain't just saying that either. He ain't just trying to make it look good. Oh, it's got there, yo, I got there, man. No, he really does have that. Just for the record.
that's a fact.
Yep. Um, oh yeah. So you want to say anything?
Great stream, man. Congratulations on the 500 subs. We know you're gonna kill it. You know what I'm saying? We know you're gonna keep doing your thing. And like Mr. Goodbread said, this was fun. I appreciate it. You asking me to be a part of it, and I'm pleasured that I was able to be. And Yeah, man. Look forward to doing some more streams.
No doubt, man. Road to a
Thanks, man.
thousand. Road to a thousand. And you know we needed comic relief on his own, so I had to get you on here. We had to get that on there. I knew you was gonna say that visceral joint. I just didn't think you was go that far, but I knew you was gonna say that. Visceral people. If he would have said Shane McMahon, I'd be like, okay, that's funny. Shane McMahon, I believe you. Okay. I said, visceral of all people.
Yo, it
Oh
got
no,
dumb quiet though. We was like, hold on.
my
Everybody
mouth
looked
was
I,
at their phone
I
like,
had to
yeah,
throw
you
that
tried to.
wrench in there.
visceral.
And then he
He
used the worst character of the
Hey,
dude because
perfect.
he was a whack wrestler, but that character was the worst of his characters. Like, damn, Mabel would have been the best way.
Yeah, I
no,
want
he
people that
was
watch this stream. I said that because I want them when they watch it to go look up that character because they might not know, and I'm giving them a shock of their life. So yeah,
if he had said the Godfather, I would appreciate it. The Godfather, these hoes, if he had said him, I would have laughed. I was
the
like,
good
okay,
father,
Godfather.
the good father. I'm just kidding.
Oh, good father. Oh my God,
uh,
the good father. You talking
The
about
whole
the
train.
right the right sister character. I remember that. He changed his name to the Good Father. It was
yeah.
stupid, but yeah. That was no character. I said, I'm the good father now. I don't do that no more. I don't do that pimper stuff. No, I said, this is I remember that silly character. Yeah, but yeah, man, I appreciate you guys coming out. Road to a thousand, we on the road to go. We're gonna do some more streams. Like I said, backlash is a possibility. So don't get mad at me if I don't do it, y'all. I gave y'all a disclaimer, heads up. You know, until then, it's the red carpet rain. We are supreme now. I proved to y'all that I'm not green about the facts. So we getting that out the way. I'm just gonna let you know we supreme in there. Salute to you guys in the chat and everyone else. Until then, it is OUT.